This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, great. So it is 3 o'clock. We will call the meeting to order. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fantastic. Okay, I will call the roll. We've got Supervisor Walsh, Supervisor Tinkle, Supervisor Banks, Supervisor Gephardt, and we've got Supervisor Guy, who is accessing us virtually today. We also have District Council, District Manager, and we have Stephen on the line.
Stephen is from Tetra Tech, I believe, is online.
How about Stephen Bloom?
Bloom, I do not see Mr.
Stephen's here with Tetra Tech.
Great. Okay.
And
yes, so I need a motion to accept Supervisor Guy to access the meeting remotely today.
I make it. Second.
I have a first and a second. Chris, if you'll call the
Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Okay, great.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Guy is in attendance.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Chris, do we have speakers for today?
Yes, we have two speakers today. First is Warren Davies from Stone Valley Loop. Wanted to talk about law enforcement.
Want us to defund somebody?
Good afternoon, Warren Davies from Stony Brook. We are on your agenda. You have a deal there to approve, hopefully, to apply for law enforcement coverage in Stony Brook. This is traffic law enforcement. I left some midnight reading material here for you, stuff that the advisory committee looked at. There are several documents in here, and you have a couple in your folder. I want to take just a few minutes to touch on these documents. The two words that you will see in practically all these documents are ownership and control. The ownership of the roadway and the control of the roadway. The first document in here is the section 316.006 3B that covers the legislature has allowed HOAs, special districts, to apply to the governing body of a county to have the local sheriff enforce traffic laws on these roadways. Deputy sheriffs cannot enforce HOA rules or CDD rules, but they can enforce county laws, and that's what you have to get permission for from the county commissioners. The second document, and you have this in your book, is a copy of a agreement between Stony Brook at Gateway Masters Association, Lee County Sheriff, and Lee County. This was signed in December of 2006 when the HOA did own the roadways. And of course, it was mainly the developer's HOA board that applied for it. And under this, they were granted this permission to do this based on the fact, and it says there in the documents, that they stated that they owned and controlled the roadways. And we know shortly thereafter, the roadways went over to Gateway, and Gateway then owned them and controlled them. There's a third document in here, which is an Attorney General's opinion, dated 2009, number 40. It was passed on September 15th. And it does not deal with CDDs particularly, but it does pertain to special districts. And those districts were advised that they can use 316.006 to have law enforcement, the sheriff's department, come out and enforce traffic rules within their area. Now, in putting this together, we had to kind of show for sure that Gateway owned the roadways. And we can go back to about, let's see, August 2nd, 2010, in a letter from our attorney to Mrs. Feinberg concerning the roadways in Stony Brook. And it concerned the fact that some people did not believe that Stony Brook did not own the roads. And Mr. Byers very neatly confirmed that. But that's 10 years ago. Now, the current one that we've been using is the one that where he applied to the Attorney General to have the property of Stony Brook, owned by Gateway, to be turned over to Stony Brook, sold to, give to, or whatever. And they're look for an Attorney General's opinion. We kind of slowed down on doing what we're doing now because of that. If that had gone through, it'd have been a kind of a no-brainer which direction to go. But the Attorney General came back and said, no, you can't do that because the HOA is a nonprofit organization, and he kind of nixed that on us.
You mean on the transfer of the asset?
On the transfer of the assets, yes, I'm sorry. The fourth document in that little packet is the response from the Attorney General saying all that information. And the sixth thing, and you have a copy of this in your packet in your notebook, and that is an internal document in the Lee County Sheriff's Office from their attorney to their people. Apparently, the attorney had done a review of all the law enforcement agreements, traffic control agreements they had. And in here, she states that it appears that many, and there are 16 of them listed, may not own the roadways anymore. So to me, if you don't own the roadways, like our document, and I think it's in your notes from the district manager, that it would void the contract, especially something as viable as that. But she states that even though that's the case, and the roadways written agreement approved by the body of the county, the commissioners, runs into a problem. But in my discussions with her about that, I got the feeling, and it wasn't much of a discussion. She was listening and I was talking, and she wasn't really giving much direction, which I understand, is that they're going to honor that until it's changed. Now, to me, that's maybe the wrong approach, but that's the approach they have taken. For us, I feel it is more important for Gateway Services to apply through Section 316 for the sheriff to come out and do this. I would be concerned and would not have the problem, but as a former official in law enforcement, I would be concerned if I had a document saying, okay, we as an HOA have asked you to come in and do this. The sheriff goes in, now it changes hands. Now it's up to Gateway Services to decide, do you or do you not want the sheriff patrolling the roadways inside Stony Brook? That is the safest way to go. I can see an incident where under the current way, a deputy could do something inside there on a traffic stop, and someone could claim, well, he has no jurisdiction in here because Gateway Services has not approved or has not applied to the county to do that.
Mr. Davies, you're a minute over.
That's pretty, I thought it'd be more than that.
5
But
minutes.
okay, in closing though, it's to me, it's a piece of paper getting it right. And once we get that right, then we can use a budget, and we've talked about this in our advisory committee, budgeting monies in the 04 fund to cover those. Would also allow Stony Brook to budget some money in there because they would be able to have people come in also, because then they would only be paying for the service that we already would have in that particular area. So I would encourage that the board move on that and ask the attorney to apply to the Lee County Commissioners to get this approval.
We're gonna do questions on this now or later.
Warren, are you sticking around?
Yes, I'm gonna be around, yeah,
Save it.
wait till later.
This is on the agenda item.
This is a mess, a royal mess with the county.
Thank you, Warren.
And we also have on public speakers today, Joe McCulca wanted to talk about electric bills for aerators and ADT bills.
Hi, Joe McCulca from Stony Brook, and I chair the advisory committee for Stony Brook. At the last supervisor meeting was the first time I had ever heard anything at all about improper electric bills or improperly being charged for electric bills that we should not have been responsible for. There was a comment last time, well, if they didn't ask for it back yet, why should we do it? Well, kind of hard to ask for that money back if we don't know about it yet. Apparently it's a substantial amount of money for Stony Brook because we have a bunch of aerators there in our community, about 7, I believe, and they are not new. Many of them are older, and the electric bill could be substantial. Now, my question here is for Tony. I know I get his attention here. Is this subject to the same statute of limitations that we've been heard about before with the ADT bill?
Well, there's a statute of limitation, and if it's not based on a written contract,
So what I understand.
Okay, my question then is, I believe from what I've heard, that this was something that was set up by originally the developer from when they did own and operate the lakes and the road, and nothing was ever changed. We didn't know that we were paying for aerators. On our electric bills, it says irrigation. I, in the past, as a former treasurer and president, have asked about that. How can our electric bills for irrigation be so high? Simply because, what is there? A couple of solenoids, some switches, there's no pumps. I have a problem because I think that we've not been properly notified what the status was and that this has been going on for years. And I'm not so sure if Gateway doesn't have some liability in this with us. In any case, we'll be looking into it. I'm going to tell our board and recommend to them at our next meeting that we no longer pay that electric bill. We'll be submitting it to the Board of Supervisors at Gateway. This is your bill, not ours. You can be paid out of the Lakes Fund, whatever that number is. And I'm just curious about comments about that because some of the things that I heard last week.
Questions?
Go ahead.
Joe, last week, or the last meeting was the first time I've heard this also. I did some investigation in Gateway Greens. We have 2 aerators connected to a monument light. So I went through and I went back 2 years, pulled up all the bills and compared them. And the typical monument bill was running anywhere from $12 to $14 a month. We had 2 aerators, the little blowers that feeding 2 ponds that came off of it, and our bill was averaging about $63 a month. So it is a number, but we had a shared cost because a part of that 63 is obviously the monument itself. I saw that list that staff put together. There's quite a few of them there. The issues on the money, the research I got was about 4 years is as far as you can go back. I wasn't at the time totally upset about it because of the fact that I was of the understanding that our HOA was borrowing electricity from the CDD along our 2 main drags. But I have now found out that when I went off the board last time at the HOA, they went and had new electric meters put in I wasn't aware of. So we aren't borrowing any electric from the CDD, so we have the same issue. But how we resolve this, it's real simple. When the developer did what he did, that's how Gateway Greens picked up Fairway Lakes Office Park and paid for their lights for 20-some years. These guys didn't care. They just didn't care.
I
But
guess.
how did you, what my question was, have you gone through and inventoried and got the billing accounts of the meters themselves? It's usually an AD X or an ADJ number?
We're working on that right now. Our
Okay.
problem is
I'm
this
trying
is,
to determine value.
yeah, I'm
But-
not a board member anymore. This is a board decision. A bunch of them don't even know about this yet. And we have a brand new Cam and she is swamped right now with everything else that's going on. So haven't gotten to it, but we will be handling that, but I wanted to prepare you for that.
I'm just wondering what the dollar value is to the CDD of the impact of transferring these from 10, 15 communities back over to the CDD. It's easy to go to FPL and switch the accounts. That's no big issue. It's when you start
How did
asking.
you think that? But
No, I
Yeah.
agree, because we're
It-
gonna
it
need a
starts
lot of
when you start talking
information, meter
reparations,
numbers.
That's when it gets sticky.
Tony.
If the board is ready for Joe too, Ellen Bryant has done a great job of inventorying the various meters.
I tried to get a hold of this weekend of Al. Yeah, that'd be great.
Just bear with me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, and there's a nice spreadsheet that lists the time number, late number, the meter number, the location, and the account number. And that's public record, and Ellen Bryant and I are gonna meet Monday to start the process of board discussion on working out solutions. We need, I need to see exactly where it's located, what entity would be involved, and then come back to the board with recommended course of action on each one of those. Here's the spreadsheet.
Well, the problem is that you are getting the bill
Mhm.
right now. So
The
how would
HOA is, yes.
we at the CDD know what the dollar value?
Right, no, I
is?
understand, but as far as if Joe wants to know what meters are at issue,
Oh, I see.
what systems, and I can send it, Kristen can send it, Elle can send it, or Brian can send it, PDF, I can just forward it to you, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we just need to
Just send
get
me
a
a
dollar.
reminder email if you could. Say, hey, send me the spreadsheet.
I think what's
Flavia
important now.
has it right now. She can give it to you.
Oh, you just did, thank you.
So I think where we're at on this is there's still due diligence that's taking place. No decision's been made on reparations or what our position would be from the district perspective. So I think, Jeff, we all just kind of work together and
I agree.
as we put together options, and then we'll determine, what the appropriate action is that should be, the right thing to do.
I just want to say that we did not know, and there was no way for us to know.
Well, I think we all found it out together.
Yeah.
We had no prior knowledge.
The
of
big
that.
thing is get to FPL and get the transfer done as quick as possible, so it doesn't just continue to lag on.
Well, so you can do the transfer, you need to actually have a meter there. So before you even get to FPL, you have to get a contractor to go in there and put the meter,
we gotta
so you
split
can do splitting.
That
Wait
was
a
part of the
minute,
conversation.
Oh,
last
no,
time.
well, that's where you have dual use. I was
Yeah,
talking
no.
that the way he was
There's
talking, these
one.
are purely for
There's one.
aerators.
Yeah,
By
there's one.
way of example, there's one, I could be corrected by Brian or Al, or by the photos, because they also sent me the photos that tie into these various meters and facilities. And with regards to that, there's one panel box in Stony Brook Village on the other side. Okay,
That's
with-
not us.
No,
Yeah.
I understand, but just as
Okay.
an example, and there's 3 breakers in there, and one says aerators, another one, there's 2 others for, they're black permanent markers indicating what they're for.
So it's mixed use.
It arguably could be, and I think
Could
that's
be.
what Brian indicated and Elle indicated at the last board meeting, that there needs to be the splitting out and setting of new meters arguably. And that's where the cost comes into the district, I think. And
But that's the capital cost to
and
make
whatever
the
the time,
switch over.
and whatever the time constraint is. So that's part of formulating a plan for each one of these parties as to what are the easiest ones first, if there are 2 meters, or just switching it to another existing meter, or do we need to set a new meter for the district's facilities, and how long would that take?
Well, let me say right now, to the best of my knowledge, and I have been involved with this in years past, there's only one fixture that I know of that, of course, it was an after the fact installation for an irrigation. Everything else, there's nothing tapping into any of the electricity for the aerators. And I also want to add, and that just plant something for thought, that we pay for the electricity on that monument right now. I'm very, very confident of that. And as you said, it's probably $12, $14. And that's the one that was changed over from Stony Brook over to Gateway some years ago. Possibly we can do some kind of swap arrangement on that one for the aerator that we do have into the other thing.
Well, the study that I was doing was trying to determine the time value of money on this deal, as far as we go in and spend $2,000, $3,000 to put in a separate meter base for FPL, and the differential is $20 a month or $30 a month, and we're paying $2,000 or $3,000, it's going to take us 7, 8, 9, 10 years to recoup our money on the doing it. why don't we just do a value and everybody agrees and we just give Stony Brook, Gateway Greens and all the other communities a credit and be done with it?
It could be
And
more
avoid the
substantial than you
expense.
realize. That's the problem.
Well, let's,
sorry.
Yeah.
so let's, Joe, we appreciate you coming in and
Okay.
providing your input. I think we'll reserve our solution comments till we have more information. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, moving on to agenda items. Is that it, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we will start with staff reports and district council.
We have the public meeting. Public hearing.
Oh, public hearing, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. If the chair could open the public hearing to consider and adopt amendments to the permit criteria manual.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I jumped from
Oh, no problem.
one to the next. Yes, so we'll call the public hearing open at 3:22. Is there, do we need a motion or anything? for that?
Yes, I would do that. Have a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah, we have a motion, a second, Chris?
Sure. Mr. Banks?
Yes?
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Guy?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 to convene the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll give it to Chris to put in the record to provide to Maryland and to Georgia the affidavit of publication of the hearing set for today on consideration of the amendments to the permit criteria manual for the district. And I believe I've incorporated the changes that were discussed at the last board meeting. And we also have the graphic that's was prepared by Tetra Tech to reflect. And if those meet with your approval, then it's appropriate for the board to move to approve these amendments, adopt the resolution, and I will then provide a clean copy to the district manager, and the district manager in Maryland will keep a copy in the official record.
Question.
Yes.
Before I make that motion to approve, have we received any written or verbal comments relative to the changes in the permit from the developers that do work here in the community?
I have not. Chris, have you?
Not a word.
We must not have gone far enough. Or they didn't read it.
Or they're not watching us
They're
anymore.
not watching right now. I'd reviewed this thing, boy, I'll tell you, Tony, that put me to sleep. I'll make a motion to approve the permit criteria manual amendments and resolution 2021-06.
I'll second it.
We have a motion, a second, Chris?
Okay.
We haven't opened it.
Oh, we have to.
Any questions?
Any
Any
comments?
Anybody in the
public comments?
Anybody in the public board?
Normally, we don't have to ask. Okay, are there any comments from those attending virtually regarding this matter? And lengthy. Yeah, okay, great. So now we do have a motion, a second on the floor. Chris, if you'll call the vote. Please.
Sure. Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Guy?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank
Adopt
you,
permit
Mr. Chairman, to
criteria.
take a motion, entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I second.
We have a motion, a second. Chris, if you'll call the
Close
vote.
hearing. Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Guy?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes to close the hearing.
Thank you all very
5-0.
much.
Okay, now,
And you are going to then give us a regular,
A clean
clean
version, send it
version.
to Chris, and he will maintain that in the official records, yes.
I just wanted to do
Oh,
a double check,
Oh,
make sure that we
believe
get
me.
everything in it.
based upon some prior
Yeah.
non-maintenance of
Yeah,
records.
where we thought things were done and we
We've
went
been-
and looked, they weren't.
We've been down this road before.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
okay, so Tony, we'll start with you with council.
I think I have the item later on with regard, wait to then on the Pelican Reserve issue. Been working with, Leslie sent me, give me a flash drive. I've been going through the records involving the Santa Luz. I've also been researching some public records, condominium documents, and so I'm still working with her with regards to preparing necessary lien documents with regard to that project. I haven't heard anything more from the county staff on the FPL easement lands. We'll just have to keep nudging them to get that meeting. And John Fredema has retired. I got an email from John.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good. Lane.
I was providing my recommendation for him as board certified, and I sent it to him, and I said, hey, I got your request and I'm gonna send it in. He goes, I'm retired. I go, okay.
He's no longer in the lease statute.
Been a long time, yeah. So he was always really good to work with. He was always looking out for the best interests of the county, but he was reasonable. I found him incredibly reasonable. Been working with Zach in our office, and you'll see later on again the ADT. We won't talk about it today. Next meeting, we'll have a resolution for the board to adopt, authorizing Laura to attend the mediation on the ADT small claims action with full authority to negotiate a settlement and bring it back for ratification. So my associate Zach Lombardo is working with Laura on that. And the rest of the items are pretty much covered in the materials in the packet.
Any questions for Tony? No? Okay. We will move, Stephen or whoever's representing Tetra Tech today for your items.
Hey, good afternoon, board. For the record, Stephen Agapi, Tetra Tech. Can you guys hear me okay today?
Yes.
There's a weird feedback going through on my end, kind of like popcorn crackling. I'll try to work through it.
You're clear for us, Stephen.
Okay, perfect. We've got 2 items on the agenda today. The first one is to just get direction from the board and get some clarification moving forward with the design of the next round of lake banks. Sometime back in December, I think it was, before I went on paternity leave, we had a discussion during a board meeting about drain boxes and a proposed change from one of the contractors who met with Brian in the field and gave some ideas, and then passed that back to us and see if we would look at it. We talked about that, and then I think the consensus from the board was like, hey, why are we spending so much money on these drain boxes? Do we want to proceed with this other design option? And how much is it going to cost? So I've done some homework and made some figures to kind of show, what we're doing right now and what the proposed change was, and then some cost breakdown to make some decisions. So what I'm looking for right now is clarification on how we should move forward. Should we adopt the proposed change from Brian and the contractor? Should we stick with what we're doing, or somewhere in between? If you go to page 11 and 12 of the board book, there's 2 figures. They're each on their own page. The first one is what we're currently doing. So it shows the lake bank restoration, and at the top is our trench line, and in that trench line, we're currently installing a drain box at each lot line. So whenever we reach the point between 2 homes and we're at the trench line, we put in a drain box, and that's regardless if there's a drain line or not. So just a little bit of background. The reason we decided to do this was it's kind of like a low cost to install the drain boxes during construction, and we were worried that in the future, if a homeowner wanted to install a drain line, if they had flooding issues, there'd be a drain box there for them to hook up to, and they wouldn't be messing with the Armor Max or HPTRM and ruining the recently restored lake bank. So that's why currently we're installing it at each lot line. The next figure shows what the contractor had recommended we do instead of that, and that is to extend the drain line underneath the repaired lake bank out to the water, under the water, as shown. So we got with some contractors, 2 of the contractors that have done this type of work, and we got a cost range from $1,000 to about $3,000 for the proposed change, which is a substantial increase compared to the previous version of what we're doing right now, which is about $300 a pop. So at this, I guess I'll just take questions at this point and see if everyone understood what I'm talking about here.
Just scroll, Chris, can you scroll?
I don't know if this stuff is on here.
Page 10. Is this every lot line we're talking about do this, or every other, or every lot line?
So right now, Ed, we're doing every single lot line. On the spreadsheet, I had put up here an option to do just the locations where we have found existing drains, which the quantity is substantially lower than every single lot line.
But if I'm reading this table 1 on the cost analysis, I want to make sure I understand this. You've got lakes 58, 62, 79, and so forth down to 130. Under each lot line at 2850 unit price, that's $750,000 add.
It's the wrong version. This is the,
Add
Correct.
this to our lake design.
Permit manual.
Yes.
Okay, and then the one that's the $1,000, what does that represent?
The $1,000, that was a low estimate I got from one of the contractors.
So that's a range of bids then.
Yes.
Okay, and then under the existing drains under slope, what's the difference between it and the one previous?
Okay, so that would be where we would only do under the slope where we found drains during survey. And I added a couple in there for a fluff factor because when we do excavation, we're going to find drains that we didn't see in the survey.
Is that in addition to or included in the deal under each lot?
That would be just the ones that have drains. So
Okay, so
if you like look back over to the left columns, so like Lake 58 has 115 lot lines, so there'd be 115 drain boxes. If we
Yes.
only install them at the ones that we found drains, it would be between 7 and 16 drains.
okay.
that is a big.
I'm having a real problem of an expenditure of $750,000 to put in and extend those lines down to the lake and into the lake. When on the lakes that the ponds that we have done, the number of connections from the owners to the box at the top of the slope. I mean, I probably can't count 10 in the whole community. So it seems to me it'd be a waste of money. Now, if we were going to mandate it on new ponds that they put in piping to connect to that box, I guess I could feel a little bit different, but
The permit criteria manual does mandate it now.
yeah,
For future.
but that's for
Future
new
major
work.
overall.
But that's for new work.
But you're exactly correct. The bulk of the money, Ed, the increase is to run the drain line under the Arbor Max or whatever material we put in there.
Yeah. I
And
understand.
we did not do that anywhere in Pelican and don't plan on doing it anywhere in Pelican.
Okay,
The
so
only
this,
time we run from the drain box to the pond is if we have not refurbished the pond bank. In other words, if it's in original condition, then we run it out into the pond. But if we've refurbished the bank, then we bubble up and let it cascade over the rocks.
I guess what initiated this to do this, that would lead to the expenditure of bumping the pond cost by $750,000? What do we know that justifies this? I just hate to go out there and spend.
I don't think there is a good
Put this in and when nobody connects
Well,
the pipes to
I
it.
think the question was, what's the cost? I mean, I'm trying to go back and remember, but I think that's all it was. If we continue the way we're doing it, there's a cost. If we put it under the Armor Max, there's another cost. What is that cost? What's the order of magnitude? I don't think anybody was proposing we do it.
Okay.
But now we know what the pricing would be if we did it. Because quite honestly, just putting in the boxes, if you don't have the downspouts tied to them, the case can be made that that's a waste of money.
And I totally agree with that, but I guess maybe from the ponds that, and it's before we started with 83, the ponds that we didn't add the box, did we see any issues, Chris? And erosion or any washout sooner than what we expected? Comparing to the ones that we did install the box?
Oh, we had very little,
It's only been a year or two.
with people hooking into them. Not enough of a sample that we could really tell. And we still didn't have people that had no gutters or gutters that didn't connect. So we still got that water running down the V ditches between the homes.
Yeah, I mean, I think if a homeowner has drainage, they're doing it to push water away from their residents.
Correct.
They're not doing it because they want to enhance or diminish our the pond erosion, and that's not why they're doing it. So
The experience in Pelican, if I could tie in, Doug, because the first couple we didn't have the downspouts.
We turn it.
And
It's
so the thing that drove
Can you open
change
the windows?
and the installation of the bubble up boxes within Pelican was the first couple of ponds we worked on when we did nothing relative to downspouts. The swales started eroding again. So then the question got to be, what can we do to avoid that erosion and or washout? Washout's probably a better word. And that's what drove to the bubble up boxes. And then that drove, well, putting in the box, if you're not tying it to the downspouts, doesn't do a damn thing. So that's how we backed into the system we've got. But it's all incorporated. If you don't do one, I don't know how you can justify doing partial.
For these phase 2 and phase 3 ponds yet to be done, I could go along with the idea of following the existing drains under slope. In other words, the ones that are there now, getting those corrected and using this methodology. But to do it at every lot line when we don't know that the owners are going to connect into it and ever do it. I know on my lake, which is the oldest lake in the community for, as far as the lake bank work, I've never seen anybody since 2014 connect into the box. Nobody. Now I'm thinking about putting in gutters, and I will connect into it.
And that's where, that's really the focus should be. If there's value to the pond, then we ought to be encouraging the homeowners to put in the gutters. And oh, by the way, if you do, we will connect them up. That's exactly the proposition we gave to the Pelican residents. And it was overwhelmingly supported by 98% of our residents.
So let's think about that for a second. So either when we do restoration, either we're proactive and we put in solutions, whether it's at the lot line or whatever, or is there a reactive solution that if someone wants to put in a drain line, that what's the level of effort for us to do it post restoration?
Well, I think you could separate it. Take the lake bank restoration as a standalone item and restore them, period. The next phase would be to consider putting in bubble up boxes. And
unless you're laying the pipe underneath.
Oh, no, that's
which is
unbelievably expensive.
right. So that's the only one that's requires
right.
Effort during restoration.
That's now or never.
Yeah.
So the only other thing that I would say is, as we do assessments, when we're looking at our plans or prior to construction, is it possible, can we identify areas where historically there are runoff issues or potential erosion?
Well, that's kind of what I was looking at. If I understand Stephen's table here, I'm looking at that last category as ones that on these ponds have, for some reason, felt it was significant enough to extend a line to the pond for a reason. So there must be a pipe or a swale or something that's leading to an existing box that perhaps is significant enough that would allow us to take and put those and those only under the deal.
There
and
was
out and
some
be
kind
done
of a
with it.
topographical problem
Something there.
that exacerbated the washouts, and we had some of those.
I'd like to see that, because if that is the case, that somebody went out and identified that these were existing problems, somebody had previously identified them as existing problems, and they used this to try to solve the existing problem, then I think we ought to recognize that it's a problem and fix these and send them down to the lake. But the rest of them, I'd say, man, somebody's got to do a lot of talking to convince me to spend $750,000 for this, especially when what I have seen is people won't do it.
So, and I also think in keeping within the spirit of the permit criteria and the direction that we're going, if there is existing drain lines, I think we should
Time in.
we should tie them
in.
Absolutely.
And move forward with restoration. I think in parallel, we should assess the lake bank to identify if there's any other areas where there's significant erosion that we would,
nobody did anything
that we would
about.
recommend, hey, we can put this bubble up or whatever, and encourage the homeowner.
So in other words, we could expand the scope on staff or engineering judgment that, hey, instead of 8, we would recommend 12, but 115.
But when we do it, to tie into what Doug just said, when we refurbish the pond bank, we don't go under the
We don't
Armor
go,
Max.
right, right.
We
And I would
adopt
say,
the on top.
and I would say too, one of the things that I would probably say, if a homeowner at any point moving forward, if a homeowner wants to put in a drain line, then we will tie into it and we will, I mean, I think we should cover that cost.
Well, wait a minute.
Not to put in the drain line, but just to connect it
To the box.
To add
to
the box.
add the box.
To add the box.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I understood what you said. Don't go under the
Armament.
Armor Max?
Armor Max, unless it's already there. If it's there,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
we're
if the
going to
homeowner
be,
already put it in, leave it. But our equity in this is that we put in the Armor Max solution to the bank.
Yeah.
And then we take whatever lines are there to the top of that, and then they just cascade over onto the rock.
oh, I totally agree.
Yep.
And here's, I guess, my question for Tetra Tech. And I don't know if 83 was the first one that they went out and put all those boxes. What I did notice, and I don't know if anybody has been back there, they put in between lots, which is what you get the most water. I'm actually having the most problems around those boxes and the ones that are not connected, because the water comes with such velocity that when it gets into it, it's going around and it's digging it up. So I'm actually having washouts
effect.
in areas that I never had before because of that. So we have, so being proactive to a point, but I think that's something to watch, because it hasn't been a year yet, and probably 90% of them have that issue, 2 to 3 inches already around it, all around.
And that's kind of why I said, Floyd, if you're not gonna do it all, don't bother.
No,
doing it.
I agree.
This gets back to the design that we talked about years and years and years ago that WCI had developed, where you come off the back lot line and instead of a continuously sloping line to the lake, go over to Pelican along the flowway, and you'll see it, they go down and then they go up, and they put, which is almost like a swale along
Absolutely
the back
did.
of the lots. Now you will make those boxes effective.
Correct, under
But
that kind of a
if
condition.
you take and put that box just on a guy's backyard that's, let's say, 105 feet across, you put 2 boxes and you've got a swale coming from the back of the 2 side slopes, what do you think the chances are that 20% of that water is going to end up in the box?
But Ed, on the homes that you're
Ain't gonna
talking
happen.
about that had that with the swale, the water is directed from, is going east,
Everywhere.
west, not north, south.
It's going everywhere.
And it's a robust system. We
Yeah.
stopped doing it quickly.
Well, it was
But
meant to
it
be
works.
a place to where they could connect a pipe.
We
where
didn't
it's
see
more
it that way.
effective.
We thought that they were doing it to prevent bank erosion,
I
and
think
they
we're
were
all
directing
saying
the water.
So
in a different
let's
direction.
wrap this up because we've got other items. So Stephen, I think the direction is that we will continue with putting in drain boxes only for those houses that have identified lines, drain lines, existing lines. And then what we would like to also incorporate is some type of walkthrough or in our,
preliminary design.
yeah, in our design planning process, that we do analyze the lakes and identify are there any potential erosion areas that
This would benefit.
Yeah.
If I could make one addition, I
Sure.
think we ought to try and encourage the homeowners on whatever ponds we're going, make them aware of that. If they would put in their rain spouts, we'll then carry it
So
out.
that's probably a staff initiative that prior to, we need to figure out what the lead-in time is, but we would notify all the residents that, when we notify residents that lake bank restoration is happening, you can also post, and if you are so inclined, which we recommend, to put in lines, we will put in the box. So we'll have to coordinate all together. Adds a little bit more complexity to.
Well, and that's
solution,
cost too.
But
It
at
adds
least
cost.
we're saying, hey, we'll put the drain box in if you want to.
The homeowner's gonna pay about $1,400, $1,500 to put in his downspout. We'll probably pony up close to $2,000 to connect it all and take it out. It's not a cheap thing.
So, okay.
And
Stephen,
that was
what
the
else?
carrot and the stick we offered the Pelican resident. Yeah, it's money coming out of your pocket, but we're gonna more than match it.
Stephen, what else do you have?
Well, let me just get some quick clarification on that. So what I think I heard was we want to hook up to only the spots where there are existing drains. So discontinue putting in drain boxes at every lot line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then when we do hook up to them, do we want to use a pipe and carry it underneath the lake bank to the water as shown in that figure?
No, we're going to go to the, we're not going to
To
go.
the bubble up box.
Correct.
Okay.
One clarification, add to that, before we finalize the drawings and to determine that there are any other places that should have a drain box to prevent slope damage or erosion damage,
Yeah, any
we'll
known
add
issue.
those to the list.
Yeah, currently known
And
issues.
then in addition, are we we should reach out to the residents prior to it, because the last thing we want is to count 10 and add 2 more that we know, and then send them, and now there's 10 more.
I think that's part of really staff's due diligence.
Change order.
Yeah, but yes, Stephen, I think if you captured those items correctly, plus the additional items that we called out.
Okay, perfect. My other item on the agenda is our status update. I made a slight change to the way I'm laying it out from now on. On the second to last column, I have a planned dates for action items. Previously, it was just kind of like a date, and they would change, and there's probably some questions as why they changed, and what does that mean? So this is where we're setting milestone markers, and I plan to leave these dates here, and then if we blow past them or if we beat them and then we have a new item, that'll be reflected, as we move forward. The columns on the left, the authorization date and the scheduled completion date, those are contractual dates. So those are locked in from the genesis of the contract. So with that being said, the most, I guess, upcoming items are going to be, I plan to have a deliverable for the flowway weir adjustments, and for finalizing the lake bank restoration. I plan to have some plans for you guys soon. Other than that, do you guys have any questions for me on any of the various projects that we have?
I mean, the one thing that I have is I know that some of these, when we talk about, some of the flowways and like it is dependent on the weather. I would like to at least maybe put a stake in the ground if we can on those. So if we can have a proposed, just throw a date in there when we think, that timing would be of consideration. And then if we miss those because the water level is not where it is, then we can just change it. But I'd rather have at least a tentative date, or at least a date in there than a TBD. If you're okay.
Understood.
Yeah. And we
Yeah,
know
of course.
we're not holding you to delivery on those particular items, because we know that can be a moving target, and there's things beyond your control.
Stephen, is the flowway weir adjustment following the hydraulic study, or is the hydraulic study going to be complete first? And then we do.
So the hydraulic study was completed. I'm pretty sure Danny or Tyler presented it to the board. I think we've talked about this before. I can send you the report again if you don't already have it. But yeah, that task item has been completed, and this is kind of like piggybacking on that. Since we've built a backbone for the model, we're using that information and running the model with different scenarios to adjust those weirs.
Thank you.
Yes.
Stephen, we had a meeting a couple of, maybe a month ago, Brian, myself, and a representative from Metower on the pond at Timber Ridge. It's one of the ponds that we have already bid out, but we're talking about making changes. How do we facilitate those changes to be able to do a change order to get the price to change it from what we designed it to what we're now looking at doing? How do we do that? Or where are we at doing that? I know how to do it. Where are we at in doing it?
I think you're talking about changing from rock to Bermuda. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
So Tyler's the engineer of record on that. We spoke about it, and then we talked to Brian and Chris, just staff to staff. This hasn't been brought back to the board yet, I don't think. But in our opinion, we don't think that it's going to be a wise decision for this project, and it would be better suited for more of like a smaller trial area. The reason being is that in order for this to work, the armor max needs to be anchored to the ground, and the grass or a heavy object like the stone anchors it to the lake bank. And until the grass gets rooted, it's not holding it down. So our concern is, they pump that lake down, they throw grass on it, and then the water starts to rise, and that grass isn't rooted and established. It's either going to die or float away, and then you have a horrible problem on your hands with an SRF project. So I understand the intent of this, and I'm not opposed to trying something different. I think it could be a cool opportunity if it works out, but on this SRF project, I'm not we're not in support of that and that move.
Well,
Um,
I thought the issue on this, and maybe I was wrong, I thought the issue on this was driven by a significant number, I don't know what that is, of residents who did not want the stone, and they were looking for another option. Is what you're saying that this other option is questionable for the lake on which we're trying to do it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, you can ask Brian. He has more information, but I don't know how many residents it was. It could have been one. I think I had heard it was one resident, but I don't know. Brian's there. He knows a lot more about it than I do. He's out there a lot more.
We're gonna have Brian speak to it.
Okay, well, I've had a couple of people call me that this is the Hatfield and McCoys on Timber Ridge that are just as equally voicing that they don't want what
I
we're
didn't think that
talking
was the
about
case.
doing.
I thought it was,
So I don't know where we're at on this. They need to get their act together in the way of a board decision, because as I understand it, the people that may be talking to us or sending us stuff are not in a board position. They are local yokels, I guess.
well, I guess for me, if we are looking at amending design away from the standard that we have set, where does that, how do we make that decision? Is it based on approval from the HOA? And then we leave it to the HOAs to figure out, in order for them to approve something, they need to get X amount percentage of the vote or whatever it is. But I don't want to get into a per resident, get in a position where we've got to measure each resident's input and then we're in the middle of it. I'd much rather say, like, if there's any alterations to the existing design based on whatever, if it's just
Let the HOA initiate it.
we have to have the approval from the HOA, or else we will not alter our design.
But-
Unless
but I
it is to.
I would throw out one thing, Doug. God bless you. We've got ponds where we did it both ways in Pelican. After 4 or 5 years, it makes no difference.
Yeah. It makes no difference.
It makes no difference for the robustness of the pond bank replenishment. In other words, the lake banks are good where they have the stones, and the lake banks are good where they don't, where the stone only runs up to the high water mark and it's grass above that. We have had no problem with this.
Well, I mean, so I think from what I'm hearing, it's more of what the
Aesthetics,
preference
absolutely.
is.
We've
Now,
gotten
but
complaints
however,
about the aesthetics.
I do believe we need to take into consideration that there is additional maintenance with the stones as far as maintaining the
And
weeds
cost.
and some other things
And
and
cost.
cost that, may not have been originally considered, because I don't remember talking a whole lot about ongoing maintenance.
And all I'm saying is when we started out, we did not bring the stones above the water line, and they've been very robust.
The only reason I bring it up is I think that we need to have some consensus from the legal voice of the community, which is the HOA, not just a bunch of residents that may have filed a petition with us that may be long, 56 people. I think we still need to hear from the board and make a decision.
Well, I totally agree with that. And all I was referencing was Danny or
I mean, I do think we need to talk about
comments.
how far we want to take those rocks up.
Because you can save a lot of money
I
not
believe
doing it.
that's something that we should reconsider.
Absolutely.
And I was gonna say that the same thing. I went jogging the other day. I was by Gateway Greens, and I'm looking at a pond, and I'm like, well, the rock doesn't look so bad when it's 4 or 5 feet. But when you have 15, 20, like I have,
Especially the low water
it's
mark.
like, wow. One thing in regards to the aesthetics, not even the weed is an issue. I mean, if 83 looked like the pond over here in front of Gateway, the office, that would be fine. It is very difficult when you have littoral requirements to spray what's weed and what's not. I see it.
And the
If they
green algae.
They don't come out of the buggy. They go around and they spray it and it's windy. The second thing that I did notice is they have to drive on top of the rocks. So it hasn't been a year. And if you go to 83, all the rocks, and even 60 at Stony Brook, all the rocks move. They're all down. So you have
Slide. The
all
weight
down, and it's
also is-
expensive. And the only way to fix that is have somebody in the water shoveling the rock back up.
Well,
They don't do that. In our community, they do not go on the rocks. They're on.
Well, we need to
they're on
direct them
They're
to
on the
do that.
bank.
Yeah.
Because if you
Yeah.
get on that rocks, you're going to take and cause those wheels to go on that stone and you're going to uncover the armament.
Absolutely.
yeah, they
and-
should
and
not
we-
be riding on the
Yeah.
They shouldn't be on there.
So, and again, as we continue to move forward, part of what I would expect from our engineers is for us to value engineer and improve as we go. It's,
Hey, just to interject something, it was brought to us as not just stopping the rock at the water line. They wanted no rock. That's how we were told the change was going to be. They wanted to take grass all the way to the toe, well underneath the water line. So like no rock at all. And that's why we're hesitant to proceed.
Well, I think there's a happy medium.
Yeah,
to be
when we
honest.
were out there talking, what we were looking at is to the control elevation would be sod, floor tan. From there on down would be Bermuda. And evidently it's been done. And probably what we need to do, Brian, is get one of these ones where it's been done, just to look at it to see how the comparisons are of what we actually have. But I thought that Bermuda would die, but Mettauer says, no, it does not die underwater.
So it goes floor tam, Bermuda, then stone, or?
No, it goes floor tam to the control elevation.
Yeah.
Then the Bermuda picks up and goes all the way down. And even Mettauer was of the understanding that what we call the donut at the bottom, or that wasn't the word, what was it?
The toe.
Yeah, the toe, but they used the word burrito. The burrito that's at the bottom of rock, that would still be put in to hold the toe of the slope.
Yeah, okay.
So
So
it would
it's
be
a combination, it's stone, Bermuda, floor tam.
the floor tam, Bermuda, and then the big rock, the riprap.
Yeah.
No number 4 stone
Okay,
on the
okay,
material.
all right.
That was the idea.
Okay, because I was thinking whether it's floor tam, Bermuda, to low water mark and stone, but
No, they wanted the Bermuda to go, and when we were talking to the 2-foot depth. And when you're talking on that, how the slopes go. Some are 3 to 1, some are 4 to 1, some of them are 6 to
4
1.
inches above high water mark.
24 inches
However,
down
it
is
takes-
where we would end and terminate and put the burrito to hold the Armamax.
I would like to see some of those communities before I.
I'd like to see, Brian, we talked about it. We probably need to get with Mettauer and try to get where one of those are and maybe go look at those.
so
Breckenridge, that's where it
if
was,
you look at this design, it would go floor tam where the stone, the number 4 stone is today, that would be Bermuda, and then your
rock would remain.
the rock would remain.
Yeah.
And is that just purely from an aesthetic perspective?
Which?
Throw in the
No,
Bermuda
their
and say
deal,
so
their deal is that if you put that Bermuda down, it's a place to where the littorals can come up through it.
Okay, so they want littoral use as
Oh,
opposed
yeah,
to stone.
they
Okay,
want
all right, so
littorals. Yeah.
so it's not just an aesthetic play, it's the ability to have a littoral presence, whereas stone, it's more
And
difficult.
well, your problem is that when that pond recedes, like we're running into right now, you're going to be looking at some pretty ugly brown Bermuda. But apparently the way he talks, it's still alive and it's active. So over time, it probably won't take very many years that littorals will start coming up through that. And you probably won't even be able to distinguish that the bottom is natural Bermuda. You won't be able to tell it.
So
Or
I think
may
we,
not
So-
be.
so I don't think,
Littoral, see.
Yeah, could be all littorals.
so I think we cannot land on a preferred approach until we get more input or approval from the HOA on the design.
But the real problem is that we're getting those 3 ponds, I think it's 3, they're ready to go.
Right, so we,
As soon as the water level drops, and the water level is significantly dropping, I hate to take and not have an answer to what we're going to do and then miss the season.
is there any issue with that if we have significant design changes?
We got to go back for a change order.
I mean.
Well, okay, so I'll bring up the change order thing. We've done change orders in the past. We've had to do them on the previous lakes. We fill out some paperwork, we sign it, you guys sign it, and it gets submitted, and then we move forward. It is possible. We've talked to FDEP about it already, and it's kind of just simple paperwork at that point. So it's definitely doable to get done before this goes.
So we don't anticipate any pushback from the contractors.
What about DEP?
That's who I was in reference to, is the FDEP. Yeah, I've talked to Pankaj about doing change orders regarding this exact
So
issue.
we only have 3 we're planning right now, correct?
At this point.
3 ponds, I believe.
So those, is there a problem with going forward with what we currently been doing on those 3?
Well, I think we're gonna have to,
Or do we want to change for those quickly? I mean, the forward ones, yeah.
Brian,
Future.
only one of the 3 that did this, so we could go with the other 2 as is.
Okay.
This one here, I think it's.
Do it as a pilot.
I think, well, that's what I'd suggested to Brian too, is that let's get this thing off the table. If we've got a willing group,
Particularly if we got participants.
if we
that's
got
right, they
willing
want it.
participant, but I don't think I want to go out there on that limb if I'm getting phone calls from the association board members
Well,
saying,
that-
hey, they aren't
again-
representing us here. We don't want this.
Let's take ourselves out of the
Let's
decision-making
get
process.
the answer to that.
So, okay.
So,
The opportunity
um,
word to pitch. Let them pick.
I do just have one question. Would the Bermuda eventually take over the Fullerton or no?
It's under the water. I don't know
Well,
how far it creep.
At one point it will be, but not. I'm just
Yeah.
afraid that I don't necessarily want
I
residents
don't know
and
which,
trying to
I think
spray.
Floritam is more
and clear.
dominant, so I think Floritam would,
I
would
don't know,
encroach
Jim,
over Bermuda.
would you be able to?
Bermuda will grow into your floor, Tam. It does it over
Yeah,
us by the golf
That's the
course.
same with.
The birds bring it over
Yeah,
and
and that's what I'm worried, like even in the front of the communities.
that's what they want.
Yeah,
That's what they get.
so they should know that,
Yeah.
that they're not, no longer gonna have.
What did he call it,
Pristine.
Brian? He used a word, not natural, native. Native Bermuda, native Bermuda. Well, if it's past foul, yeah, that's a different deal. That'll live on salt water.
okay, Stephen, you had another question?
I don't know where I was going with that. I was listening to you guys talk and kind of switch subjects a couple times. So I'll it's in your guys' court now.
Okay.
Yeah, so at this point, Steve, there's no action for you. We have to,
Contact the.
we have to
association.
talk to the HOAs and get some type of approval process before we
Make
would,
a proposal to them.
before we would institute any type of change order for you to take back.
But the other two ponds.
Okay.
Any impact on, we're just gonna go ahead with
Just
them.
go
As
with
is.
those.
Okay. Which ones are we talking
So-
about? Which ponds are we not?
Tyler, what are the three ponds that are, bids have been received that we are waiting on weather?
93, 123, and the other one escapes my memory. It's on the it's on my status update though. 59 in Stony Brook.
93, 123, 59, which is the one?
Yes.
123 or 127?
93? Be the pilot. Okay, thank you.
123 is in Mahogany Isle. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else from engineering?
I mean, as far as the rock line is concerned, I mean, it's pretty simple to change where the rock falls on the lake bank. I mean, if, there's a lot of support to lower the rock line, I mean, that's something that we can do, possibly without even a change order. We can just, play with the units and their bid schedule and just charge them, or they'll charge us less for rock and more for sod. That's something that we can do.
I think that's the direction we should take for the other two.
The problem we got is who's watering that
Irrigation,
sod.
that's what I was gonna
The
say, 'cause
irrigation
that's
is a
what we
killer.
went through it.
Now you're requiring all the homeowners to readjust their sprinkler systems to water the pond. That's the problem with that.
Well, but aren't they watering it now?
No,
No.
they water at the control elevation and back toward the house. They don't go to the
And
pond.
that's the problem that we went through it,
So,
and we
so
came
what do
to
you
the
have
board.
from the control elevation now?
Nothing,
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 I mean, today.
nothing,
nothing.
nothing.
So
Nothing.
it won't look any worse.
Yeah, you'll have nice brown dead floor tan.
I don't think so. I don't think it gets, did yours get brown? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen
Yeah,
those.
yeah,
I lived on a
they
lake for
replaced-
12
they
years.
replaced probably
My lake never got
25%.
brown.
It all
But look.
depends on the neighborhood.
If you
I
go,
know some people that mow it down the water line, they shoot it back.
well, it depends on your runoff too. Because if you run off up above, you're gonna get the water that goes down. But
So
if
it is
you
a
don't-
risk.
It's a risk.
It is a risk that in some areas that during certain times of the year, if the control elevation,
Worst case scenario, you adjust the nozzles on your irrigation. Worst case.
okay. All right. Anything else, Stephen, for like the third time?
No, sir. Thank you.
Doesn't wanna
All
take
right,
a-
thanks,
He doesn't
buddy.
want to take a chance with
I
it.
have one,
appreciate it.
I have one thing for Steve before he leaves.
Okay.
There is, and Steven's aware of this. We have had 3 electrical fires within Pelican Preserve on our aeration equipment over the last 18, 20 months.
Common?
Trying to determine that.
In the
The first-
boxes,
Yeah, cabinets just totally melted. I mean, to nothing. Thought it was a lightning strike the first time it occurred. Went about our business, fixed it. The second time, we got a little bit more interested. We're trying to diagnose. And now we've had a third incident. Stephen is working with us because what are we requiring from the provider that put all this in for us are the schematics, drawings, et cetera, on the cabinetry and the circuitry and everything that goes into it, all the components. And we've reached out to Tetra Tech and said, when we obtain this, we want you to do an independent analysis on the robustness of what we were providing.
Was anybody done any,
Well, let me go way through. So that's why I wanted to make sure the board is aware of this. It could eventually go to Tony, but we don't think it's going to happen that way. There is a dispute between the installer and the manufacturer. So we've got a situation like this where they're pushing at each other. We don't need to do any action yet until we get that resolved, but just for the board's knowledge, we are pursuing getting the downtown analysis of Tetra Tech if it ever has to go to court. We
Now,
think we're going to resolve.
Is this homeowners or this is common area?
No, it's all our stuff.
Oh, okay.
No homeowners involved.
so it's adjacent to wherever the FPL connection is, meter based,
It's,
that provides the power to the box?
yes, or it's in the box being
Box
undersized
itself?
or wrong wired or
Something.
not
There's a
having
defect
whatever
somewhere, you're
safety
trying to
it
figure out
needs
what it is.
or GFI, it could be anything yet. We've got three opinions and none of them like each other. So that's why we're doing the due diligence,
Well, that's
So-
good.
just to make everybody aware.
All right, thanks.
What we need is another forensic guy.
District manager report.
Sure. I'll just go through some highlights if anyone has any questions. We were going to ask for on March 18th, a workshop on stormwater system cleaning and repair. We think that could benefit from some open discussion and some of the work, and Brian will get into that into detail. We'll also be working with staff from our preferred government insurance trust. They're coming in and doing a property appraisal, make sure everything that should be insured is insured, updated values, updated equipment.
That would be nice for our inventory as well.
Wow.
Well,
And, we're building out that inventory we've been talking about for years.
yeah, well, that's what we're looking at. We have one that we got from Infomark, and then we're using that to build on and what the insurance company has.
Right.
This will all be field verified. So it'll be going out. Commerce Lakes Roundabout, we made our first construction payment, $171,000. Their project, according to their schedules, on time. They're about 93 days into a 365-day schedule. We're 25% complete. Utility work is closer to 75-80% complete. And I think they're planning on November having a ribbon cutting or opening.
Chris, as far as our utility expenses, has that been in line with what the original estimate was?
Very close. We've had a couple minor things, some valves we've had to add to the project to be able to isolate. And they've had a few issues that have added a little bit of labor where we've had to deflect some pipe because we did, but most of it's all minor, like a few $1,000s out of the $800,000 construction cost. Also been continuing our outreach with the HOAs. I did 4 in the past couple weeks in Waterford Village, and I'll continue to do that. They're all unanimous and favorable on having a president's council meeting. So if we could talk too about setting a date for that, maybe even April, and have it over at the park. But yeah, a lot of enthusiasm for exchanging ideas. Right. Making a lot of progress with our emergency access road. Mr. Tinkle and I had a meeting with the county engineering. We'll have one with the water management district on the permitting. Working group continues to meet. Today, Tony has a resolution about use of fire impact fees for Pelican side. And it's basically agreements, title work, and survey work that's moving along. So. And if anybody has any questions about that or anything detailed, I'd be glad to share it with you. We also had budgeted about 6-7 weeks ago for a heavy duty service truck. We did purchase an F450 from Bartow Ford. We shopped 4 different dealers, got the best price out of Bartow. And also we got the best price. We applied for a Ford Fleet ID. We got accepted for that, and they knocked $4,200 off the price of the vehicle. So
Nice.
Yeah,
we were
that was a very creative to
serendipity.
look at doing that. I mean, that's a significant savings.
Yeah, it was. And so we got the vehicle for $61,555, and that leaves us some money in the budget to put the safety equipment on it, some tools, and few minor accessories. And we're working with Tony and the new county attorneys, taking Mr. Fanima's place on the joint project agreement for Gateway and Griffin. It's the same type of agreement we had for Commerce Lakes, responsibilities, who pays what, how it's all laid out. It was interesting with the school, and you'll be hearing about this. We got transfer of the assets, the lift station, the water lines, and that utilities, typical thing, $600,000 worth of assets. And they asked me the other day, if when the warranty period expires, will the CDD take over operation, maintenance, and ownership of the streetlights and the landscaping within the roundabout in front of the school? And I told them, I will take it to the board, but the staff recommendation will be no. And
Motion to deny.
I'm sure you've
I agree.
all heard about the light issues going on in Hampton and Magnolia with the new lights that they put in up there. But, and also moving into April 15th, we'll bring the rate consultants back and talk about the rates in a stormwater utility. We'll have Matarita 4 for a conveyance, and again, have the school district property. So it's interesting. Brian worked right off the bat with the folks, and they went up there and looked at their light fixtures and came back and said they aren't adjustable. And they are annoying. And
Oh, it's
we shielded the
horrible.
lights. We shielded it from Hampton, if y'all remember, about a year and a half
Yeah, we
ago.
went through a
Couple
couple
years
different
ago, we
design
did it.
changes.
And of course,
We ended up kind of closing it.
Of course, we put it on the back,
Put a
and
shield
where their
on it.
lights are, they want the throw going over to the
The opposite way.
sidewalks and the opposite side. So there's
Makes it a
some,
little difficult.
it takes some engineering calculations and some design to change those lights. But anyway, that'll be coming.
I mean, surely there are lights designed with range and scope and even adjustable.
A little more expensive.
Well, I know that, but
But I mean, at least they're lucky. And then we just got an email about it, from the school. There's only 2 that are, so I think in the big scheme of things, there are 2 lights. I think they should just go ahead and change those.
well, and I know if you guys are familiar with LED now, you can there's bright white and there's ultra white. One is more of a natural, softer yellow
It's like
tone.
operating room light.
Yeah,
This is bad.
which I love when they put in the LEDs at Stony Brook. I love it because it illuminated that area. But I could see where if you were to put that in your sidewalk, that there's some houses that would just be lit up, which I have no problem with, but some people may. But anyway, do you have something?
Yeah, just indicate, Chris might indicate that on the Pelican Preserve Emergency Road, we've got a conference deal with South Florida Water Management District. Lee County passed us off to get with them on the drainage issues associated with the road, if any. Other than that, the county was pretty good to work with. Really weren't any major surprises on it at all.
Ed, have you been in any of the meetings with Lennar at all?
No.
Okay.
The only thing I know is that Phil, at one of our last conversations, Rubner brought up the issue of the landscaping along the back of Prado. And as far as I'm concerned, is if there's any way that we can keep that out of this discussion, let's don't make that an issue with Lennar on this road. All that does is just complicates everything.
Well, and I don't know if this should be an issue or not, but in my judgment, if Lennar has to do certain things, if we do nothing, if the road falls away, Lennar has to spend money.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're gonna make a proposal where they don't have to do that. We're gonna take the road over. We should get some of that back.
The attorney, as I understand it in the last meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, the attorney said that he talked to the attorney for Lennar, and what part of zero are we going to spend that you don't understand?
Okay, then,
So in other words, they're not going to do it.
Well, I think,
okay, then I think we ought to let them revegetate it, and then we'll go ahead and do the road.
Yeah.
Let them spend the money. If they don't want to come to back and be fair about it and equitable, we're not trying to put them over a barrel. But let them go and do what you got to do to the road, and then we'll come back and do what we
or
got.
maybe we can agree on, instead of a refund, if there is things like vegetation that we ask them to,
Some kind of an offset. We ought to be getting something
to either,
for a cost of avoidance.
postpone that until we complete the road or do it ahead of time. We're going to go over top of it
Well,
But get an
it's-
agreement that they're avoiding the cost.
It's money they're not spending.
Well, then
that's
we ought to
the
make them
issue.
spend it. I guess that's
but
the
there's still effort that should be
Yeah.
taking place. So, well, let's just.
Just because they said no, we shouldn't accept that. It's all wrong to say.
For sure.
Okay. All right. Chris, any questions for district manager? No? Business manager, you're up next.
Chris, you wanna go? Computer.
Chris,
Oh, can you scroll up? Yeah. In the
Oh, I'm
agenda.
sorry.
see what happens when you,
Mine is really
see what happens
short.
when you don't sit down over here and
Yeah, I know, I have to keep an eye on them. Mine is pretty short. Just the new security vendor update. We are officially off of ADT. It's been a month now. There were a few hiccups along the way, especially with the access panels. But we've got those, I think, right, Tim? They're all resolved as of now, as far as I'm aware. They've been pretty responsive when we've called them, when we've had issues with stuff. They come out right away or they'll walk us through getting it fixed. Internet updates, Comcast, we currently have CenturyLink at the pool. It's a crappy DSL connection. I'm working to get Comcast in there so we can get them a better internet connection. They're supposed to be coming, what did I tell you, the 5th? No, the 10th. The 10th to do the installation that they need to run something there in order for us to have internet there. And then they'll hook up with me to get a connection date after that. So
so they run fiber? Are they running fiber?
No, this doesn't pay for us to do fiber for one computer.
Okay.
I talked to Alan about it and just, they'll have, the speed that they'll have will be way better than what they have now,
Okay.
but it's just Tim's computer on it, that's it. So it wasn't worth the install to have the fiber run up there. But that'll save us about $40 to $50 a month as soon as we can get that hooked up there. We've already dropped the internet from the concession stand across the street. Alan worked with, Rick to get we have like basically two little frisbees communicating with each other from here to there. We're sharing our Wi-Fi with them. So I turned that equipment in last week, and that's
Is
just
that
shy of
public or
$200
is it
a
private?
month. Huh?
Is
It's
it-
private.
Okay.
Yeah, it's private. It goes from us to the concession stand, and then that's how we get to the dog park as well. There's another point down by where the dog park is at that smaller concession stand, because it's our Wi-Fi that we're sharing with them, so it's all on our network. So we did that, and that was about $250 for each pair of dishes. So I will recoup the cost of installing that in less than 2 months.
Yeah. Great.
So, last thing, Stony Brook ADT, Tony touched on that in his update. I think Zach and I have a meeting mid-April to discuss it. He'll prep me for it. And then there's just the proposed budget timeline in here. I started with the date for the public hearing and just worked backwards. The starting thing right now is just the clean file for Infomark from REI. That's their one that basically kicks all this off. I've been meeting with staff, with Brian and Kenny and Leslie, to go over some of their priorities and start talking numbers and have them start thinking about numbers for budget. I'm working with them as well to compile a list of the workshops that we want to do for the budget, just to make sure that everybody has a chance to talk with you guys and we can actually hash out some of the stuff that they want to put in the budget for next year. And
Yeah.
then I had sent out the document where I took the staff priority, or I mean the
Yeah.
board priorities, and ranked them a little differently as Doug had asked. I emailed that to all of you guys, so.
I thought it was a really nice way to categorize for the other things. And one of the things that Laura and I just kind of briefly talked about, it seems like we always get down to the end of the budget and there's always items that we had talked about briefly, like in previous conversations. Oh, well, this is the high water mark. Let's just move, and we'll fine tune or we'll add to it as we go forward. And it seems like there's always items at the very end where it would be beneficial to have some additional conversation and we just run out of time. So, and I know, Ed, there's been a couple things that you have brought up in the past. We're at the 9th hour, and not because you've waited for that long. And I'm just using it as an example. So that's, that we had talked about along the way. You're always a good example. They're
Good, bad
yeah,
example.
but there's items that we have talked about during different cycles, but we don't get to detailed discussion around what we want to cut when push comes to shove. 'Cause we always
Right.
get down to that last, meeting, and we've got to get it down to under double digits. So we've got to cut budget somewhere, and I think we need to be identifying areas of opportunity to cut or to add. So when we get to, the second and close to the last iteration, we should have some options. And so I think if we have a little more due diligence in that piece.
My goal is to have all the workshops done prior to that July 15th meeting where you do the reductions, consideration and approval. My goal is to have all of the
Yeah.
workshops done before then.
That'd
So
be great.
that way, like Kenny has time to talk, and I separated his into two. He's got a utilities and a capital, and Brian's is broken out into multiples.
Yeah.
So everybody has input. Tim will get his own for the pool. So
Right.
we'll just break them out so that way I feel like that'll give everybody more time to talk about it. Like you said, I came in on the tail end of it last year and it seemed really rushed. And I wanted to try to not have it be
It's
quite that bad.
always rushed.
I know, I'm trying to mitigate that as much as possible this year. so.
One, and it does help having someone dedicated to it, you know, that is looking at the iterations, coordinating with staff, getting input from the board. And I would recommend that all the board members, if you do have any, you know, ideas or concerns around the budgeting process, regardless of whether we've talked about it before or if it's a known issue, just socialize that with Laura. So 'cause,
Please.
you know, this is the first time she's starting it from end to end. So if there's opportunities to improve, now's the time to look
Yep,
at it.
yep, and I want to keep all that together. I mean, I have staff priorities, I have board priorities, and if there's things that were not on the list that you want to talk about, I mean, just send those to me and I'll keep those all together. We can talk about them in our workshops.
Yeah, and I would like for during that budget process, for us to talk about what are either our standard operating procedures or, you know, from a staff perspective. So let's say, for example, if Kenny has a budget and we've approved it, and there's line items in that budget specifically for item X, Y, or Z, I think staff should be able to execute on those items. Chris shouldn't have to bring items back to the board within a certain amount. And we've already talked about it.
We've been doing that, but we put it at a level.
Tony and I talked about that, and there's actually an entire resolution that needs to be rewritten, right? For them to raise the limit of what we can do without having to come to the board.
Yes, we chatted briefly about the
Yeah.
the parameters of it, so.
There's like a whole thing that needs to get redone.
The numbers are going to be.
Right.
If you like, back now or later.
To me, if it's an identified item on the budget and it's an identified price and it's the bids or whatever we accept and get are within the budget, why are we beating a dead horse?
Because
Exactly.
well,
And
But there are certain solicitations though, through the dollar amount. that
Right.
have to come
There's certain
forward.
requirements that we need to adhere.
Sure.
But my point is, we need to shift how we manage and let staff, you know, let Chris be accountable for the budget and his direct reports be accountable for their pieces. And we should have them their expectations. Now, the only time that I think I would like for something to come back is if there could be a competing priority. So if a priority has shifted, or if that dollar amount has exceeded the budget. If it's under, then you know what? Congratulations, you've got additional excess in your budget and you can
More money to play
reallocate.
with.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you want to reallocate, so instead of spending it on X, you want to spend it on Y, then you would need to bring it back, just probably for awareness, not even, you know.
You want more items back next board meeting or?
No, I mean, it doesn't have to be the next board meeting. I just think as part of the budget processing, we should be looking.
We can plan to have it for the first meeting in April. Okay.
If anything, I just,
You pretty much have your.
I have the outline. I just need to plug the numbers in and tweak some of the verbiage a little bit. It just update it a little bit because he sent me I have ours and then you sent me a more current one from a different
if
district.
anything, just identify in the board book with a spreadsheet, what was spent and what line item it was and where it was at. And that's it. We have questions, we bring it up. Otherwise,
Yeah.
go right on by it.
Because for me, what we look at every year is we have a budget, and it's our job to operate within that budget. Now, we know each year there's projects and there's items that we don't do, whether it's weather related or priority shift.
Timing.
But we need to keep track of the things that we either do, that we pull forward from our plan, and those things that we have to push out to do whatever, because that's for tracking purposes. You know, unless the priority drops and we're not doing it anymore, we should still, you know, have a 3, 5, 10-year plan on these things. So, and it's okay to move things around, but most importantly, we need to stay within our operating budget, you know, unless we have a hurricane or something that causes us to go outside of that. But
The resolution you can provide, if you want to have that sort of board meeting like once a month.
Yeah, that's not, I can just,
Expenditures within certain ranges.
because all I want to hear from Laura is, you know, this month we're
Under budget.
yeah. There you go. Yeah,
well,
we're
right now,
operating
because we're
at
not all the way
10%
done
within budget.
with the year.
or
so, yeah.
we're in the green from a budgeting perspective. That's
Sure.
what we want to hear.
Yeah, and I'm sending that.
Any aberrations, just point them out.
Yeah.
They were over in this one because
Or-
they paid, we front loaded.
Right.
Or any
right.
change order that would be necessary that we,
Yeah, and
we
I've
approve
been
something, it
sending
was within
that.
a budget, but then a change order takes it over, we ought to know about that, but
Yeah.
that's the only thing.
I send a report to management every week right out of Procure5, so they can say, here's your budget, here's where we're at, here's your percent of your budget you spent so far. So I'm already doing that.
Only one I'm worried about is Kenny. He's the one that always spends the most money.
Well, that's because his stuff seems to cost the most. So Brian's trying to catch up. So.
Speaking of Kenny, and while she's here, I don't know if anybody, if you all caught that, but what was that listing that's in here that totaled, I want to say $13 million? Is that
That's inventory.
Is that our inventory? $13 million?
You mean the 50 pages of inventory that's in the
Yeah, I mean, the
book?
50 pages.
That's
of
it,
Those
yeah.
two,
Yep.
oak trees that are in here. Yeah.
Yes.
That is our inventory of assets out here in the garage, or our
Kenny can, I think that's everything. Kenny can answer that for sure. I
our,
kind of stayed out
that's
of that
our
process.
entire
All
system.
utilities, Kenny? Can you verify?
That stuff in the ground and on the shelf.
All, it's
right?
all comprehensive.
Yeah, I thought it was everything. In the ground, on the shelf,
In the ground.
wherever. Anything we
That's
own.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that. My numbers were showing significantly higher numbers. Are those? Oh, that's not in there? Oh, okay. Okay.
No, so
We're not
it's not
done.
comprehensive.
It's not done.
That's Kenny's thing.
version
I don't
one.
want to.
Drop the word
Yeah,
comprehensive.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kenny will fill you in on that.
Because the last time we did one, we were around $55 million
Yeah.
inventory.
So, I mean, we're.
Okay.
I know it's a work in progress.
Okay. Well, if we're going to be doing what I hope, a capital reserve study, that is going to be very good information to have.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other questions for me?
No, one thing I have for you is, again, in the spirit of continue to increase our operational efficiency, I would like for you to work with Chris and staff on enhancing our ticketing system, a way for us to track and monitor, whether it's utility tasks, public work, I mean, any task that we have, a better system to be able to monitor that.
I know that Leslie is working on something that integrates with the software that they're using now for billing to help check work orders and things like that.
You mean a
so-
timesheet?
No, it's more of a, so if there's a task, whether it's resident calls in, I have an issue with my pipe. You put it in the ticketing system, you assign it to the department and the individual. They can pull it up on their phone, on their computer. Here's my assigned work orders for the day. They go out. When it's complete, they take a picture, hit complete, put any notes in. So we have history, even down to, I mean, every department, every.
But then what are you going to do
task.
with it?
We'll use it for, well, one, it's a way to be more efficient with how we
Spending our time.
Yep, I think you can track
And-
trending too if you're having a lot of areas,
Right.
issues in a certain area. But I know Leslie is working on something that'll integrate with the billing software so that they have access to everything and she can tie all her reporting into that same
Well,
thing.
good example is the time that we're spending, had spent probably at Stony Brook, and we're now spending at Gateway on staff running out there for utility marks.
Meters, I mean, every time there's a
meters,
meter
every
issue,
issue.
and I know there's, Leslie probably
Good
has,
point.
from a metering perspective, because that's been, from a labor perspective, but it's everything from, I mean, everything, every department, should, if there's something needs to be done, and I think too, there's quite a few things that we do where it's cross-functional, where you might have multiple individuals engaged. So it's also a great opportunity to say, okay, here's my piece. When I'm done, then you can do your piece, or they can put in notes to collaborate if there's any conflicts, so I think we just need something to become more efficient.
Mhm.
We're large enough that I think, we should have a good system in place. And it'll help Chris and each of the department heads to say, here's all the task orders. And if we've got SLAs that should be completed within X amount of time. So it's easy. What I'm looking for is something that you can manage from any device. You can pull it up on your website. He can get, leader reports or.
Sure, I can talk to Leslie and see it. I know she's been doing a lot of research.
From a liability, a proactive perspective, for example, this is broken train, and the person goes out there, fixes it, logs it in, puts it in.
Here's the date that it was
So
fixed.
the next day, somebody says, I tripped the following day on it. You go, no. This
Yeah.
is the report, this is breaking between. the whole
Huge for
activity.
Brian, like within all of our public
I
areas,
think it's very good in that respect, too.
or it could be.
Good idea.
Okay, and along those same lines, we have our board book this week is huge. I've mentioned a couple times about maybe trying to figure out ways that we can simplify that and then have the documents housed in a shared site, or whether it's Office 365 or Google or something else. It's just, I mean, we all have computers. if we have to bring them in and it's, you know, and just access the files as we go through or just something, it's just, it's
I'll work
getting
with
ridiculous.
Zenobia on the SharePoint site, because I know I had started working on it and then I got sidebarred on some other stuff, so I can work with them. Because I know that we all have the Microsoft 365 subscriptions through Gateway, so it would work with the Gateway
Well,
email
look at,
addresses.
yeah,
so-
and with that, yeah, with
can-
SharePoint, and you've got Teams that, so look into Teams as well, because that's,
Yes,
you know,
yeah,
you can
we
use
have
that
that as well.
in
yeah.
a department for
Yep.
IMing and.
But we're not copying anything, so what is the big deal?
It's just like this month, that file was really large. It was over 20 megabytes, and a lot of mail systems cut off at 10. They won't even let you send a file that big. And it takes up a lot of room in folders
And
and
let's just
stuff
say,
like
for
that. Just makes it
example,
easier to share documents.
We may
and-
not need to send the full board book, you know, so now you get a PDF with everything, and that's it. So if there's any modifications or changes, you have to send out a whole new board book, whereas, you know, if the documents were a little bit more independent,
Exhibits or something.
yeah, you could go in and make
Just edit it
alterations
right
to a certain
there.
extent.
It makes it like a living document.
You can have a huge file, might be 2,000 pages, they will have a number of documents you can link to. separate.
Right.
Yeah.
So you might have a 600-page
Yeah.
transcript and it's just a link to it, so you keep your base document 200 pages.
Yeah.
The key on a share, as long as there's no interaction with the board members, with the
Right.
file, they can just access it, but cannot.
Yeah.
communicate.
Right.
Speak
into
your microphone, please. Yes, sir, sorry about that. Yeah, as long as there's no interaction between board members. But again, I've seen that where they have the technology, you can hyperlink to the documents, it just
Yeah.
makes it a lot easier.
Yep. I'll check into that. I'll work with Zenobia because they've been good with that. I know we have a lot of tools, and I don't think we're utilizing all of them. So.
Yeah, and whatever the solution is, it needs to be simple. Like
Yeah. No, I
easy
get
access,
that. I totally understand
yeah.
that.
Now, anything else for Laura?
Oh, I do have the handbook is like this close to being ready. Every time I go in, I made a few more tweaks, and we're almost ready to present it. So.
All right. Okay. Moving on. Leslie, you're okay. Great. Coming up.
Leslie Rictorvik, Utility Billing Manager. I'm just going to go over a couple of the overall utility billing customer service and metering issues we've had for the last quarter. In regards to the utility billing summary data where I provide you graphs and all that information, I'm going to stick to a quarterly schedule so that you'll have a picture based on the quarter in comparison to the previous. The newsletter, I will try to keep that semi-annual unless direction that I should have that more. That's at $800 cost every time we issue that newsletter. It goes through the mail. So twice a year, I think would be good. Tony already covered Santa Luz, and I have attached a sample of the policies that I'm starting to create on page 3. So that's just a sample draft, but I'm basically going to go from A to Z, all the areas of utility billing and customer service, because presently we do not have anything in place. I have procedure manuals, but I don't have any policy-driven documents.
Yeah, that's great.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
That takes some time. I'm trying to do like 3 or 4 a month, but I'm getting there.
Well,
I'm
it's not work.
following the same format as Lee County, so that's
Oh, good.
kind of how that's going. In regards to the metering, as of February, we're at 99%, 99.5 actually, which we have not been in almost
99%
years.
in what?
in reporting.
In
So
Failure or working rate.
Yeah.
Right.
Working rate.
Yeah, working.
Not
we
failure
were
rate.
averaging,
No,
we were
no one's-
averaging,
No one's used to that number. apparently.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
No one's used to that number.
Yeah, nobody's used to that number.
we're averaging about 96, 97. So we're holding steady so far at about 99 over the last month. Zenner is going to pull back their field staff person. They're not going to be here full time. They're either going to be here once a month for a week, or until we're at a level where we can sustain the system.
What happened on, you were talking about these magnets.
Yes.
How did this happen?
We don't know. I can't tell you what is causing it. We've only submitted the 2 of them in for replacement. We don't know if it's the condensation or if someone hit or
Somebody
banged.
tampering with them?
I can't answer that, but, on why, but we do know that is occurring. We found 5 so
External
far.
or internal?
Internal.
Is, because typically when you do that, you adjust the billing or adjust the calculation.
Correct. But this,
Which way is it
this is
going?
not
Do we-
affecting the
Oh,
meter
so the
read.
magnet,
Yeah. We
This
play
isn't
game with it. They've
affecting
done
the
it up
meter
north for
read.
years.
so it alters the,
The
Like an
peak
electric
consumption,
meter, same thing, an
the
electric
peak
meter.
accurate consumption.
Well, it's still recording the correct read on the meter. It's that the dial is not communicating the correct read to the ETR and the MIU. So the meter will continue to run correctly, but we're not getting the same data.
So the data on site is correct.
Correct.
But the data being transferred to us
Is
is
not,
something else.
right.
That's
So
what
I
we're-
and there's,
looked at
we've identified 5 of these.
5.
Is there any correlation as far as location or?
They're all over the place. The only correlation, well, most 4 of them are irrigation, 1 is potable. That's really, and they're all mostly gateway greens.
Shut up.
We have those boys from, we have those boys from Appalachia that know how to adjust the meter.
So I did look at, because I know you said a lot of people in Mahogany Greens, Mahogany Run had not used irrigation. So I did run a comparison, and we had one resident who had zero usage for 3 bill cycles. And since we know they weren't using water, I pulled a work order to verify, and that's what we found. So
So if
actually,
you go down the street, your
Yeah.
eyes will say, that yard's brown. It's not hard to
so
figure
there's
it out.
nothing, there wouldn't really be anything to flag that for us. But
But what we're saying is these have been tampered.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is
I mean,
that the
is it-
dial is
What you're
in
saying
some
is
way
there's a
either,
magnet that's in there
Right.
that shouldn't be there.
that should be there and it's not. Either it's broken or it's off.
You said irrigation.
Mostly, yeah,
Could it-
4 out of the,
Could it possibly be tied, or can we check and see if it's with people that were seasonal and have shut theirs off and not run it for 9, 10, 11 months? Is there
check that.
something there that could, is there a tie?
I can verify that. I didn't,
Okay,
I
but you're
can't
talking
say
about
that
those
for
that
now.
have 0 versus meters that have this issue. Okay, so you're talking about 2 different things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if I know better who the meter, where the meter's located, I might be able to try to come up with something. But,
Could the positioning of the magnet be an unfavorable condition for homeowners? Or is it always favorable in terms of less cost?
I'm not sure.
Because if it was unfavorable.
they're not too bright if it's paying more.
Well,
No, I mean, right now, they're not paying any, so it's like they wouldn't be
So when
using
it's on
any
there, it
water.
stops.
okay.
Right,
So it's
So it
always to the detriment of us.
right.
It's always to
So
the
it-
detriment of the board.
So what you're saying is that anywhere we have found these 5 where there's a magnet, there's 0 output.
From the ETR
From the ETR.
electronically, right.
On the unit,
It-
it's still
it
tracking because
spits,
it's,
right.
yeah.
Can you give me the mailing addresses, street addresses?
One is on Mahogany, so he's gonna get a big bill because he hasn't been charged irrigation for 3 bill cycles.
On Mahogany Run?
Yes.
And that's what I was gonna ask, like, what would be a policy going forward once we find it, manually?
I haven't seen anybody out. I mean, this is usually stuff that's done at midnight up north. I've not seen anybody out tinkering with this stuff.
Well, I think what we should do is we let staff handle it. And then if there is anything that we need to report out, then you report it out. But other than that, what we're trying to do is not speculate.
Right.
Were these all original meters, or are these meters that have been updated since
I have to
2014?
verify that. I can't answer that right now. The only thing I can say that no usage been reported.
So we use another.
So that image is attached, and that's pretty much all I have. If there's any other questions.
No, thanks, Leslie. And it is nice having you come in and give updates to the board. So thank you.
Mhm.
You want to pull Kenny from the lobby? Oh, or there he is. Okay. I know how much you look forward to giving your updates.
Good afternoon, Kenny Hall, Utility Manager. I'm just gonna jump right into that inventory. So this is the comprehensive inventory for the utilities. As you start going into the fixed assets and such, that's coming farther down the road. But what this was when I started as utility manager, this is where one of the things that the district really lost money on. If you had a power outage or one of the lift stations were busted or pipes break or valve, anything that you needed to replace, you literally had nothing on hand to do it. So whatever you needed on the fly, and you were going to pay for whatever you needed to pay for at the time. Having basically what we've done is built lift station panels, the pump house, every working part we have in our utility system, we've tried to mimic and put into our inventory system. And I put this into the book just to give you an idea of all the moving parts that we have in our system and what we've built or we've gone through is that our admin staff can just basically go down this list, and if you hit it, it'll tell you when it was last bought, where it was bought from, what vendor it was bought from. So we've made it kind of as easy and as simple as we can with this. And this is a big thing for us. We set our stock levels, what we want, what we have historically had, which is nothing. And we built off of that. So on this one, and say this is going to be a living document. This is going to change weekly, daily, monthly, yearly. And we can tag this into the budget, track it, and then kind of set targets to what we want to budget for. Budgeting for the unknown is kind of always there, but with this inventory in what we have in stock, we can really, over the years, start to get a true number of what we're going to need and how we plan for the budget. So this has been a really, it's been a long project for us, and Austin Manoli has really run lead on this, and he's come up with a really good system. And we've had him sit down with our electrician, Leslie, with everybody, and kind of categorize everything and go through it. So it's all there. It's going to keep growing, and we're going to keep building on it, building off of it, and budgeting off of this. So this will be the first year that we've really had a full comprehensive list of the utility system. And it's, as you can see, it's quite big.
And is this everything that we would carry back in the, on-site, in trucks, wherever? And,
yes.
And do you have adequate storage for all this?
Yes. Okay. So far. And then I added Devonshire Lakes into that, just that information that we would put out, and then that our operators would look at when we go through these communities, and we basically just tear them apart. We start with the sanitary sewer, we flow test it, we'll camera it. If it's not flow testing, if it's flow testing at lower rates, then we'll log it and then target it for sewer jetting. We go through the potable water system. About a week before we go into the community, we'll put data loggers out. So we'll have a general idea of the pressure that our residents are getting at their meter. Then we'll go over the fire hydrants. We turn that information over to South Trail on that one. If there's anything out of code, or we let them know where we're going, they'll go in before us, flow test. This one needs to be raised. This one needs to be painted. We go over the irrigation system. Now, Devonshire Lakes is a master meter community, so we don't really do too awful much. We'll go up to the meter. We will provide them with their average usage, their total usage, what it's costing them, and say this is a part of what Mr. Guy was alluding to. With we have a great opportunity when we do this to educate people on how much it's costing them, how much their average flow is, what days they're supposed to be watering. All this information that we can provide to them that could help bring that cost down and lower our usage. So I just wanted to add that in there to give you guys an idea of what we're doing when we go through these communities and how we're approaching it. So I kind of just threw everything in there for y'all to see. And Arborwood 3. Now, when Arborwood 3 really hit, this was planned as a master meter community as far as I knew. And then we came into putting individual irrigation meters into Arborwood 3. So now what we did was when we put them in the same box, if you put them in the same box like what they are now, you're creating a condition for a cross connection on our side. And that's very serious business. So what we did was we split them up. So in this community, there will be a potable meter and an irrigation meter box. And the irrigation meter and box and connecting line will be 1 1/4. So it'll be a 1 1/4 going down into our meter. Potable meter will be 1 inch going to 3/4 inch that goes into our meter. So there is no possible way on our side of things, of our connection, for those lines to be cross-connected. You will never get a 1 inch potable water line into a 1 1/4 inch irrigation line and vice versa. It'll never work.
So on the common property line, you get 4 boxes?
4 boxes. Potable meter on 2 potables on the inside, 2 irrigation on the outside. 1 1/4 on the irrigation, 1 inch on the potable. So we've eliminated on our side any possibility of a cross connection. And
Key words there was on our side.
our side. And when we did have a cross connection, I believe right after Irma, and it was on the PVC side, which is on the customer side where they crossed it over. So on our side, there is no possibility. There's no way that you could do it. So that eliminates that but we split the boxes up. So that's going to be a new thing with the district and the way we do that. And that was the reason we did that, was because of the cross connection possibility. Because they were there originally to say that it's 1 inch and 1 inch. Whether they're purple or blue, there's always that possibility of those lines getting swapped. And that, once you do that, you can ask the district attorney when we went through it. I mean, it's serious business. You contaminate that entire house and everything in it.
The other one we've got to watch is that when these guys are coming in, especially on these 0 lot line units, they're putting these, West Haven, good example. They're putting these meter boxes right next to the driveway. So when these guys come in with the dualies or the big trucks, which are in a driveway that's not wide enough to even have Volkswagen, they pull in there and they go across that plastic pit and break it right off the bat. So we got to be more careful when we're reviewing plans that we've got to get these boxes someplace out of harm's way because they're just tearing the daylights out of them.
We wanted to move them back, but
Yeah.
we get out of the easement and they're on private property, and then
That's the problem you get. If you take them further up so
Right.
that they're out of the turning radius, now you're outside.
that's what we did, but then we're out of our easement and
I
on
don't know what we
private
do,
property. So
unless we
load bearing boxes like in,
load bearing boxes and then the price goes.
yes, very much so. And then the sanitary sewer connections are right in the middle of the driveway. So I mean, if we have to go into there, we're cutting that driveway
Yes.
one way or the other. And that's, very, very costly. So the next was the critical valves. I have an item on the agenda for the sewer valves on Griffin Drive, but I really wanted to just touch on this project that was going on out here. Lambert, and ended up with all the problems they had. They struck a water main. They hit our 8-inch water main going into the park over here. And we were able to get our valve machine out there on that valve, and we turned it 20 times. It's 540 turns before we got that. And we were able to get that valve to shut off. So that machine, we were able to, in a span of about 15 minutes, we went from a frozen valve, we broke it free, turned it 20 times, 540 turns. If we had to do that manually, they would still be out there turning those valves right now. That machine was able to, on a critical valve, get us from frozen to closed. So, I mean, that machine has already paid for itself with what it can and cannot do for us. And as we go forward with these community sweeps and we go into these communities, we take this machine with us, and it is really starting to pay off in spades.
What caused the problem that did this?
Lambert was underground boring, and they hit the 8-inch water main.
Boring what?
That fiber optic line right out here.
Fiber optic.
They hit that water main.
Who were they doing it for?
CenturyLink?
CenturyLink.
Yeah, it was that CenturyLink. Among all those problems. So that valve, and it also brought up another question. Had we not been able to shut that valve, that elementary school is sitting right next to it. And we would have had to shut that water main down completely along Griffin Drive, with school in session. And now there's going to be a high school on the other end of that water main. So had we had to, at 1 PM, shut that water main down, we're going to create havoc with these schools, because all of a sudden they're not going to have any water. And if it's that type of leak where we can contain it and let everybody get out of school, and then we go in there after everybody's gone, that's one thing. But if they bust that water main, we've got to shut down. And if school's in session, we're going to have some serious issues there. So this hit that we had with our machine caused us to start evaluating what's going on with a full elementary school and then soon to be next year, a full high school. So
Have we ever taken that huge, this would be for both sewer force mains, water lines and irrigation lines, that huge map of the entire community, large diameter mains, I'm not gonna get into the smaller lines right now, and gone through those and identified key valves that we need to put on a list to verify that they, one, work or don't, but then to get them fixed and repaired or built out. Because we're still exposed big time.
yes,
That when we have a break in certain areas, we can lose 1,000 people in a blink of the eye.
yes,
And that, to me, is not acceptable.
yes. That is one of the things that Austin is doing on a daily basis as we go through and we identify, okay, like we did great Gateway Boulevard this week when they were doing the Commerce Drive one. And we went to every single 16-inch valve we had and started. What it'll tell us is that we're getting the right amount of turns. Just because we're getting the right amount of turns doesn't mean that it's shutting. We found that out the hard way. 8-inch valve is 26 turns. You get 26 turns, but then when you have a break and you have an 8-inch water main completely broken apart, we're getting the turns, but it does not shut it down. So it's a relative term with that. And then the sewer valves on Griffin Drive, this is in coordination with our summer project with the 16-inch sewer force main that's going to be going in. These valves will be crucial in that project. We're going to do hydro stops for these four. We're going east-west across Griffin Drive from the 7-Eleven lift station, and then north-south on the Griffin Drive. We'll be able to shut down at 4 points. And these will be a crucial point in our sewer collection system. And then I've been going on and on about this irrigation setup. We have finally gotten it all in place and running and operational. So I'm going to go back to full-time irrigation and getting a schedule. And as I was doing before this project started, we have our 5th high service pump in service and running. We did a lot of this work was done in-house by our electrician, Bill Shaw. We came in, we asked for $189,000 for this project. So far we've come in at 5,000 under. We saved a great deal of money with Bill doing a lot of this install in-house. He installed all the new VFDs, he installed the new cabinets, he did the electrical conduit work. So this is just represents a huge savings to us, having someone on staff with this kind of capability that can do this for us. So we've gone from having an 8,000 gallon per minute maximum that we're getting when we get into a real dry period with our irrigation system, we're right up to the point where we're at max. We've added another pump, so we're back up to the original design of 10,000 gallons per minute with a 75 horsepower jockey that can run the system for low flow periods, which the majority of the time the system is in a low flow mode because there's just no demand during the day. So this is huge for us. So now this is what's been really holding me as a utility manager up on the irrigation side, because I did not know what our capabilities were until we got this new system in place, online and operational, which it now is. So now that we have a 10,000 gallon per minute, now we can really start getting after usage, demand, and everything because we've reached our target.
That graph is interesting. I would have never predicted that on Devonshire Lakes. Devonshire Lakes is basically 90% year round.
Mhm.
And that's showing that you got a tremendous seasonal input there. That's odd. That's really odd. Somebody must be having one hell of a lot of winter guests don't like snow.
I try to predict it, and other than 2017, it's unpredictable. So, I mean,
That's
like this year, we're way lower than what we thought we would be at.
That was irrigation, I could understand it, but that's potable water. It's really weird.
And we also give them pressure data, give them an average pressure, cost per gallon, break it down and break it out for them and say, this is a really good opportunity for us to educate our residents, especially on the irrigation side.
So Kenny, with the improvements that we've made, are we maintaining pressure or have we seen some?
But no, we have no issue with pressure.
What's optimal pressure for us right now?
Right now, when we are at full demand with everybody with the irrigation system, I'm running the system at 70 PSI and I can hold 60 PSI, 65 PSI at Stony Brook, which is our farthest point.
And is that, we consider
That's
that optimal?
very good.
Okay.
It's very good. And that was all I had.
Any other questions for Kenny? Okay. All right, Tim, you're up.
We're gonna get some guests here from MRI, so we're
Okay.
gonna move Tim to the back.
Yep, okay.
Basin 5 was, I'm gonna save the best for last. We finally see inspection of, with MRI did for our approximately 420 drainage lights, we thought ended up being 676. A lot of stuff wasn't on records that we found, which is good. Some of it's ours, some of it we find out is private. I have a breakdown. We ended up spending about 101,000 on inspection cost, which wasn't too bad considering how many pipes we ended up doing. Like I said, 676, $150 a pipe. Cleaning now, you're looking at almost 368,000. Couple of this will not be ours. The reason is like the or the grade school down there, we found out we don't own it, Lee County does, but we went ahead and inspected it anyway. They have some damages in certain spots that we found out it's not ours. We have an oak tree growing through one of them that the pipe has been penetrated on. So I have to turn it over to the Daniels Industrial Park down here to give it to them. We found out it's not ours to basically fix, so we're not going to. But what I did, and I got with Brendan and Mike back here, and I'll introduce them here in a minute. We basically went through 32 different subdivisions, basically along Gateway, Griffin, Commerce, all in Basin 5. We identified about $368,000 worth of cleaning. We got like 300,000 in the budget. So identified the 10 worst, which is on the sheet here. And they're highlighted up there in yellow as well. We want to hit those 10 first. The ones we don't get, we'll carry it over in October and pick it back up. The ones that we didn't get, as you can tell, are small. They're not really in dire need. I know Daniels Preserve is the worst. That had 75% of all the pipes in Daniels Preserve are 35% and above, where basically even the big interconnects are not flowing properly.
What's your basis, this graph, what's your basis for, these are manhole to manhole segments?
They could be manhole to manhole, they could be from street to the pond, you could be pond to pond, like major interconnects are, manhole to manhole, there are all different kind of ways we can, basically it goes. Like Daniels Preserve, like a typical subdivision, they go around, but they also go from there into the pond. Then they also go from an intercut from one lake to another lake.
The reason I ask is Hammond Cove and West Haven, the sewers are basically brand new.
They are brand new.
What's going on?
The problem is the developer and how they leave it when they're done. And this is why we haven't cleaned it, but we haven't inherited or accepted it.
What's the issue?
Well, and I'll let Mike go into greater detail, his folks with a camera. What we find out is a lot of stuff developers leave into those holes, or they don't put boards at the end of it and things get thrown into it during construction. That's basically what it is with those two developments. I got two choices. We can either clean it or I make Lennar do it before we get turned over to us.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that under the old manual that we were having these cleaned and TV before we accepted them.
Absolutely.
We went ahead and TV'd them while we were there.
I'm sorry?
We TV'd them TV while we were there, but those two developments, I really want to go back to Lennar and make them clean it before we take inheritance of them. I mean, it should be them to do.
Yeah, I would suggest sending a letter to Lennar with a copy of the video and the inspection reports. And which ones are those on here?
The
West Haven in 27 and 26, 27.
Hammock Cove and West Haven.
That's just a wall.
And they're still building in Hammock Cove. So we did the inspections. Like I say, it's not a great number, but those two there. Then you have like I say, at the grade school, we have issues where we found out one side's blocked off and the other side's sandbagged off, so it's actually flowing nowhere. So it flows up and goes out onto Daniels Parkway and the swale. No, grade school at the charter. But what I'm gonna do is introduce Mike and his wife Brenda. They're with MRI, and they've done a real good job with this and identified it for us. What we also inspected was our 42 lake interconnects. If you're not aware, we have major pipes that go between pond to pond and all over, all the way down to I-75. Those should be inspected yearly. Last time it was done was 3 years ago, so I made sure that was the first thing we hit. Out of that, we identified 5 major lake interconnect pipes that need to be cleaned. which means they're 30% or above. That was only like $17, not even $18,000, which is pretty cheap considering we have 42 major interconnects. If those don't flow, folks, we have problems.
We get that major interconnect coming out of Daniels over to the pond, what, 83, 85? Did we ever
Well,
find that pipe?
that's one of them we're going to do some digging on to find the end of it. And that was part of the Daniels Preserve, where the reason Daniels is so expensive is we can't find the end of the pipes. The only way you're going to do it is he's going to have to vac on it and blow it out. Then you got to go down, put divers in there to find the end of it. They don't have a choice. And the reason why we went with MRI, these folks have every piece of equipment. They have the plugs, they have the divers, the vac on. To try to find different people, you end up hiring 2 to 3 different companies to do what these folks can do at one shot, which really helps out.
And Brian, based on your proposal and amount, if I'm reading this correctly, this has already been, we have the budget
Yes.
set aside for this. So it's,
We had $400,000 set aside. We used $100,000 for inspections. We will burn the other $300,000. Well, I kept about $50,000 out in case things might run over. So I didn't go that far into it, because we did find out we have some concrete baffles in Timber Ridge. This is why Timber Ridge flood. What they did is they put concrete baffles and choked a 42-inch pipe down about 12-inch. That's why there was 3 foot of water in Timber Ridge when Hurricane Irma hit. And we did find some other baffles that are aluminum. And what a baffle is to stop trash. Well, the problem is these are residential areas and I don't have a lot of trash. But you basically, like a dam, you prevent the water from getting out. And unfortunately, it was the interconnect from 2 ponds out to the flowway.
So the baffle was dropped all the way down to the
Well, they
bottom.
concrete that baffle from the top down about a foot from the bottom. So we're going to saw cut them out. Just leave the top part to keep the trash, because the trash will float, the bottles will, but you don't need a baffle that big to do that. And Mike and his team have the tools and the saws to do all that. But what I want to do is introduce you Mike and his wife Brenda, and Mike can tell you a little bit more of what they do. But what I like to recommend is the approval for them to get started as soon as possible. And we'll start in Daniels Preserve and hit Timber Ridge. And basically it's all Basin 5 this year.
But what we're saying is we're gonna do this without bids?
I've reached out to do bids. Morris Riley does not do this work. He only does inspections. I reached out to Matt Tire to give me one for Daniels Preserve.
I mean, a public bid.
There's-
Because everything you're describing,
I think Tony wants.
Yeah, that was the comment I was gonna make. I sent Brian a quick note on that.
Correct.
Under the statutory scheme, any maintenance contract for more than 195 requires competitive solicitation.
yeah, I was gonna say that.
And I
that's-
just did it, I was highlighting the yellow, trying to, get those out. And all the way down, excluding 31 and 32, I come to 182, 450. So if there's a way for the board to legitimately describe these as 2 distinct separate projects, but you can't artificially split a project or scope of work to try to avoid the competitive solicitation process.
Well, we broke it down by individual neighborhoods. Each one is broken down by neighborhoods or by street. The reason for that is if I had to send them out for bid, you'll notice Daniels Preserve, Timber Ridge, everyone was broken down for that reason. Problem you run into is there's very few people in this neighborhood or these Lee County or Charlotte County or Collier County to do this kind of work with all the equipment you have. What you find out is some do it. They might have a VACCON. They don't have the divers or the plugs. So then I'm calling, believe it or not, Mike's people to come out and plug it and put the divers in it. It's like the box culvert we had hit over there in Gateway Greens. I called these folks because they had all the equipment to do it. Morris Riley does some, I know.
No, I
Brad
understand
does.
all
Morris
that.
Riley's inspection. They don't
That's
do
all
that.
he does.
That's all he.
Brad with Extreme Divers does it, but Brad doesn't have a VACCON truck.
so
He
this,
has- he has it
so
all
this,
set.
one second. So this cannot exceed
95 without going to competitive.
195.
And if I recall the rules, it's 7 days notice in the paper with the bid specs.
So Brian, what we're gonna have to do is if we want to proceed with this phase 1 approach, it's gonna have to stay with a do not exceed
Okay.
dollar amount.
Okay,
And
but
that-
wait a minute, before we
Which
run
is
out there,
probably within scope.
before we run there, when this started, correct me if I'm wrong, we were inspecting.
Yes,
That was it.
yes,
Sum total inspection.
correct,
That part's now done.
correct.
Now we have data. And in my opinion, we ought to go out for bids. I understand they can do it and they can bid, but we collected the data and now we go out for competitive bids. Simple as that. And the reason excuse me, the reason that I've been down this road, and it was very, very intentional in Pelican that one company inspected and a totally different cleaned. And that's where we got our best prices, in our opinion. You don't put the right hand doing the left hand's job. You have somebody goes inspects, and then you put out for bids for somebody else to clean. Now, I applaud the work. It's been great work. I totally support getting it done. I just want to make sure we get the best value, and no disrespect to anybody else, to the residents. That's all. I'll be quiet.
So let's have,
If you would put together, what I'm hearing is if you put together a bid package, which would be inclusive of the work that you have represented here, we get no bids.
What'll happen is you'll get, like Matt Tire, and I've got Matt Tire actually bidding Daniels Preserve just to check the prices. He has one VACCON truck. He does not have divers, so he has to hire somebody else. He'll do a 10 to 20% markup on that, which will come back as it'll be higher than what you have here. If you go with Brad Extreme Divers, Brad puts a diver in the water. He's $3,000 a day as we charge when I worked at the city. I can tell you this, you get into Daniels Preserve, you're gonna have to put divers in the water to find the other pipes.
I understand. What the yellow on here is highlighted for what?
Those are the top, those are the worst.
that's your phase one.
Correct.
But,
Total of those.
well, the total is, I mean, just not counting 31 and 32 comes from 182, 450. So you throw another 87,000, that's 270.
What about going, okay, what about going with those and then going out for bid on the remaining items?
I would be comfortable by saying, if the board wants to, items 15, 16, 17, 20, 22, and 24, by my math, was 182, 450. And awarding the work to MRI if they want to, and going out to bids. And from the standpoint of the bids, it's competitive solicitation. It says shall be advertised at least once in a paper, at least 7 days for submittal of bids or proposal, unless the board for good cause determines a shorter period is appropriate. In other words, if we're coming up upon rainy season and we want to get it done shorter, the board can say, put in the paper 3 days or 4 days, or five calendar days. But I think that way we don't have any issues.
Well, my thing is, I understand.
We can do them all at one time.
What Brian is saying is that all we're doing is basically, one, complying with the law on this, but we're showing that nobody's going to bid this thing.
I totally disagree with that.
You'll have a couple.
Absolutely disagree with
Well,
it. I got a number of bids.
They may bid it, but they're going to have to put in prices that's based on something to work out.
Well, I
Yes.
think
Maybe what we do is just put a requirement that, and we've done this a lot. No, if you're concerned about it, there's percentages to which can be bid. Nothing greater than 50% can be bid or be
outsourced.
Be outsourced.
That's
Why are we
criteria.
reluctant to
It's
go
done
out
a
for
lot.
competitive bids? I don't
Because
understand.
if you're dealing with multiple contractors.
But you're not. You're not. There's other people that can do this. Extreme did everything we're talking about in our community. And I have nothing that's Extreme. I got other bids.
Extreme, what was Extreme's reason on this? Or what did you say?
He's
We
never
can
been
reach
approached.
out, we can reach out to Extreme and have them do it. I'll be glad to do that if it's what you wish to do. We can get multiple bids on each one of these if you wish.
Well, there's the one thing of reaching out, and I appreciate this, but there's a totally different thing when we go out for public bids. Reaching out is you call somebody. Hey, you interested in doing this? Public bid is something altogether different.
I agree.
I'm very sorry.
It's no competitive and advertised competitive solicitation is much different than contacting vendors.
And you take a pipe to them, whatever it is, you got a pipe from here to here, it's 130 feet long and it's got 30% debris. They know what they're gonna bid to clean it.
Well, and all the viewing, all the inspection
got
reports will be
Are
available too.
available, absolutely. That's why we did it. They can see what they've got to bid on.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you're of the opinion that there's others that can do all the work.
I know of one. I mean, I don't know many, but I know one can.
Okay, my question is, can we quickly put together a specification, put these out for bid?
Oh, the notice will take, I can get the notice out tomorrow if Brian has the specs. How long will that take, Brian, to do the specs?
Might get with you tomorrow on it.
Did Extreme,
That's one of them, yeah.
what was Extreme?
Well, it doesn't-
When you talk to Extreme, what'd they say?
we need to exclude any additional vendor conversation here. What we need to talk about is
Process.
what are the requirements?
Right.
And if we do have any requirements as far as a certain amount of percentage that can be outsourced, I don't have a problem with that as long as, because it's really gonna come down to cost. If you, the more you outsource, the more
Well,
your
the
price
higher
is
your
gonna go
cost
up.
will be. That's
So
right.
as long as we don't have any issues with, quality of service, which we need to make sure that there's, quality standards put in. So if you outsource,
Absolutely.
you're responsible for the end result. So on and so forth. So I don't care about outsourced percentages. I'm looking at, but that could weigh in our decision. So it needs to be disclosed if you're outsourcing. So whatever the requirements are. So I think in order to meet what we all want here is we want the work done and we want it done within a
The
timely
best
manner.
cost, right?
But we also want to do due diligence. So
And if the board wishes, we can shorten the time frame for response to 5 days. And do you want to?
sure, I mean, the shortest response time.
I
just
think
due-
5 is reasonable.
Due to, you know,
Due to the nature of the work and the season coming up.
and the
But
seasonal
I think we
effects.
can validate that.
But then the 195 goes to the wind.
Yes,
Right, so we can scope all this work.
yes.
Now-
And we don't have to split it.
Okay, now the other part of this, and this was pipe inspection, correct? So once we get this behind us, and I don't know how old these pipes are.
30 years, some of them.
Okay, so I mean, it's been a long time. So another year is not gonna make a whole lot of difference one way or the other. But once the pipes are inspected, this becomes a much easier process in the future. Because then you just gotta check your catch basins, your mitered end sections, and the other, because the pipes themselves won't get dirty if all the input areas are kept clean.
Yeah, and one of the things, let me just throw this out really quick. So, how much experience do we have cleaning these pipes in the past?
Well, I can tell you, some of these have probably never been done.
So
Oh,
what,
yeah,
what I'd like to
guaranteed,
do is, and we've got a large scope here, maybe if we could start with the, I mean, if you want to say, let's just go with the most critical, which are these ones you have identified. Or if we want to say, let's do a portion of these, so we can really gauge the solution and pricing structure, you know.
We've done hundreds and hundreds.
Yeah,
of
if you want to
these
just do
development.
like, you know, let's just say $100,000. So I think what I would do is I would look at these and say, okay, you're comfortable with all the yellows, which would get us around, you know, 200 something thousand. Or if you want to even split these up into, you know, several phases, which again, we can execute pretty quickly. So we can execute phase 1, we can turn around and bid phase 2, again, in a timely manner. So I think we need to figure out what's the scope that we want to.
Yeah, I think the board can legitimately say, because the prioritization that Brian's articulated for the ones in yellow, the inspection reports have indicated more severe issues,
Correct.
blockages.
Because we have budget for those.
Yes.
The board can say, you know, it's a 2-phase project. One is I'll call it part of the yellow, that's under the 195.
My only concern with throwing all the yellows in, because those are all the most difficult.
But it exceeds 195.
But it exceeds 195. But my other point is, do we even want to split those in half and have a phase 1, which is just half of those? Let's execute it and let's see, you know.
Well, why I'm in the process here, this is just phase 5. We've got 2 more to do. We haven't even started
Right.
yet, correct?
No,
So,
we
I mean,
won't.
we're setting a methodology in place.
Yeah.
You'll be 3 to
And
5
bidding-
years.
Well, and
before you get through it all.
the most painful piece is the first phase that you do.
Correct.
That's where you figure out, okay, we need to scope this a little differently. Here's the problems we're going to run into. So I want to make sure it's not too big where this phase 1 is a little bit bigger than.
Did you submit yours out for bid when you did
Yeah,
Pelican?
absolutely, yeah.
I'll get with you, as I like to see who the bidders are.
Yeah, it was all done here at the district. We found wheelbarrows in some of our pipes. I mean,
Well,
we're talking about
yeah, we find
construction
bricks,
debris,
we find everything.
and we also found pipes that you couldn't get through.
So Tinkle has,
Are these bids? Is this a bid here?
This is what they bid on. That's all they were.
How do we keep this out of the public?
Again, it's public record.
So now we've played our hand in a public bid.
You never know. There may be, I don't know what they'll submit.
well, I think there'll be a point of consideration. I mean, as
Okay.
far as.
Yeah.
Well,
I would agree with that.
and again, recognize that the board's analysis of this proposal is always based upon the most competent, responsible, responsive bidder. The bid most advantageous to the district. So you look at all the parameters. We've done that before too.
I'd go this way if we're gonna do this. Merge these things. Chris, can you scroll down a little bit? I can't see what 10 and up is. Merge these things such that I don't want to have one contractor coming
Wrong
in
way.
here and getting one of these components and another contractor doing one of these, and where we end up with 10 guys in here because they got 10
Totally agree with you.
different deals. Let's
Package
merge,
deal.
let's package these to where we might want to take 3 through 14 as phase 1. 15, 16, 17, and the ones that Tony talked about that equal 186 or whatever, make that phase 2. Then take 18, 19 and lump it with 3 or 4 more, so that we can get theoretically go out for bid. This is the
See,
downside of this going out for bid.
we don't have funding for that. We have funding for phase 1. So let's do phase 1.
No, I thought we had this whole 368.
No, you have 300,000 out of that.
Okay, 300 out of that.
But the bid documents can articulate that the implementation of the following phases is dependent upon appropriation by the board.
Guys, what I was trying to do is get to the deal that if there are tasks in here that can be done by a multitude of bidders that aren't anything fancy or specialty lump them off and get them to the side, but all the other things, put them off to where those guys that, want to bid it, that would have to hire a sub, then they're gonna have to really sharpen their pencil to even be in the ballgame. But don't make it easy to make this complicated. Because right now, what we can do is we could possibly have one contractor do 3, another do 5, another do 7, another do 9.
I would submit that's terrible. You can't, he can't manage that process.
You can't do that.
You
So
give it to one
what
guy,
I'm
he
saying,
does it
Brian,
all.
is can we put these into groups?
We
Larger
can,
groups?
we take like all the subdivisions in Gateway Greens and put it in a group.
Would they be equal in scope?
No, because the worst ones are the higher.
I think that's the
dollar
whole point
amounts.
is Brian wanted to get the most, like we've done in
Yeah.
the past.
I was trying to get the most bang for your buck.
Absolutely, the biggest
The
economy of
biggest
scale.
ones for your buck are the ones in yellow because they're the worst ones.
But those I would leave where you've got them. I'm just trying to take and avoid these little $1,200. I don't want Billy Bob that's got some ditch witch out here coming in and bidding that thing.
But I'd submit you shouldn't even do it. Just ignore it.
I know it.
Well, but here's the thing
If
too.
it's not a
So-
30%
And
plug,
maybe
why
this
not?
is the question maybe for MRI, but
People come in, "Why didn't you take the
if,
low bid?"
if you've got, let's say Gateway Greens is a great example. Is there any advantage to, executing on those most, you know, your most critical, but also some of the other ones, just because if you're gonna be on site and is there any efficiencies that you can run, by,
Each one's different. The reason I say this, if they drain out to a pond, now you gotta plug the miter in at the pond, which means you have to have divers, you have to have the plugs to do all that. Then you gotta have the VACCON to do it, to suck it all out, and you do all this. I mean,
Are all these 30% pipes, at least?
no, the top 2, no cleaning required. So the top 2 are
So
all.
everything
yellow.
beyond that is.
Everything
Yes,
that's in yellow.
everything you see in yellow needs to be 30%.
$1,200 can't be much of a pipe.
Well, there's not much in there.
What's one on the golf course? Why do we want to do the golf course?
It's interconnects.
Well, that gets into whether you want to do that or not, because
We don't have a choice. You got to.
What do you mean? We've got all kind of choices. What do we care?
Who's going to do it if you don't?
Nobody.
It connects, no, it's not just the golf course service.
They all
It's connecting,
connect one
it's
way or another.
connecting residential areas.
it all connects out to the flowway.
Where's
Yeah, but
Sandoval,
the
dude?
The golf course just happens to be in the middle. Sable Dunes is off West Links,
It's like $1,200.
$550.
Well, where are we? I think we ought to go for a comprehensive bid. And then we'll pick
I'm
a
just saying that if you're gonna do a comprehensive bid, which I have no problem with, just combine some of these so that we aren't dealing with umpteen guys
Well,
that.
I do agree with that, but
Do it.
what I was saying is I would only focus on phase 1 right now and just pull out the most critical. And then when that's done, we'll do phase 2, which is, the
Well,
next
depends on
big
what the
batch.
bids are, I agree.
Because I'd like to at least execute on, on
Well,
the.
you can do the facing after you get the pricing.
But I wouldn't want him to try and manage more than one supplier and all.
Well, but how long will that bidding, because we don't have any budget this year. So anything that exceeds our budget amount, we would have to wait until next budget season and do want to wait a year.
Well, what I'm saying
You
is
wanna hold a bid
if
for a
you
year?
bid, if you bid all this and the price would come in 280, you don't need a phase. If it comes in over, what'd you say, about 300,000, then we're going to have to phase because we don't have enough
Oh,
money.
because your
What do you
total, what is your total?
I'm
of
assuming
all of
that
this,
the
what is
bidding
the
is
total
going to reduce
380
the
to clean
price
Oh, 380
somewhat.
complete. So-
You had 400,000 total, $100,000, $101,000 went to clean.
So
Our
we're about
inspection.
150,
So
maybe
you're-
200,000
So you're about 298,
over.
but you don't have that much. You got to almost
And we got 2 more basins to address. This
80,
is just the first one.
$90,000.
So why don't you break these up into 2 phases?
Okay.
And I wouldn't, and I would say 2 phases we would want to execute within this year. Right?
We're having the money.
Ideally. Well, it's based on.
This is a price,
is budget,
but it
yeah.
might be worse, might be better.
Yeah.
These might be the lowest guys in the world. That'd be great. Then we know it.
And again, in the bid documents, in the specification, we can say it's 2 phases. And, the funding is available for phase 1. The funding presently may not be available for phase 2, depending upon the cost. But you still get the numbers and lock them in.
And what I don't know is if you put all of your most difficult in phase 1 and then everything else phase 2, or if you spread it out a little bit.
Well, if I know the vendor, it's not a problem. If I don't know the vendor, I don't know who I'm getting.
Well, that's part of the decision making.
You might not want to give them the most difficult ones.
Again, all the ones in yellow come up to about 270.
So I hate to delay the process because you've got MRI here and you've got
Sure.
done
We need
some
to
due
get this
diligence,
going.
but I think it's in our best interest to at least put it out there, but, and then it'll just come down to.
Well, if you're gonna do it that way, take the yellow, and if we feel that the yellow are the critical ones, bid all the yellow ones as one and everything else as another and be done with it. then you'll know.
What's the time frame for completion on this? Just say hypothetically,
I was trying to get it done for your next fiscal budget in October. Is this going to take you pretty much between now and October to get all this done?
to get everything in yellow done,
Uh,
or you said everything on this list?
What's,
I'm listening to
I'll let Mike come up.
Guys, just give me a second.
Yeah.
I can help out just a little bit. And it doesn't matter where you go with bids and who does what. The problem that you're gonna run into is that we are a turnkey company. We've worked a long time to do that. And the reason why we've done that is because in the past, with contractors, you can't depend on them to be there. You can't depend on them to do what they need to get done when they need to get it done. And that has also a time delay. By us doing what we do, we are pretty much the only company in the state of Florida that has and does what we do. And we actually do a lot of stuff. We work all the way out to Texas. We do up to the Outer Banks of Virginia. So just because we're local doesn't mean we're just a local company, if that makes any sense. We've been around for a long time. Ryan just found out about us because he had an issue with some of the storm stuff we came up. And he started to see that we actually have all these tools that he's always looking for. We have some pamphlets here we're gonna show you. You guys can have or keep, look at it. It gives you a whole list of services. We have 4 different divisions in MRI. One of them is the cleaning services, what we're doing here for you guys with storm. So, but we also do sewer, we do televised cammering, ROV, underwater stuff. We have a diving division. So our diving division, it consists of everything underwater. Doesn't matter what it is. Whether it's plug sets, whether it's, cutting head walls or doing any kind of, pure pipe repairs, stuff like that. Everything we do is bridge inspections. I mean, we do all kinds of crazy stuff. As far as the commercial diving goes. We also have a construction division, which is anything underground. It doesn't matter if it's force main, water main, storm, irrigation, drainage, doesn't matter what it is, lake bank restoration, we do all of that. We do a lot of it here locally. We do a lot with the city. We do some with the county. We do with the Collier, a lot of the municipalities. We also have now a UV division. Our UV division is a new technology where we actually, it's like a felt, but it's an inner liner where we can actually line pipe and cure it. But it's kind of with a UV light like your dentist does. We just keep some really high tech stuff, but it's new generation, new products. We try to be turnkey. We try to be the best the company, for our customers that we can be. This is why we can offer stuff that we've done. We've actually given Brian a really big discount, or I should say gateway. Number one, because we haven't done any work here. And 2, we also knew that the need that needs to be done hasn't been done. So that's why we did as comprehensive inspection as we can do, because my theory is if I can't come in and do this inspection, I can't tell you what it's gonna cost. This I can tell you. I give you a number not to exceed. So my number I live with. So if I get in there by the end of the year or however we're at cleaning and it gets to be a little worse, then it's on me. You know what I mean? I don't come back to the well and I don't do a change order. I don't look for divers to go and set my plugs. I don't look for a dewatering company to come in and do a bypass or do some dewatering, so that I can get my back truck in. I don't do that. I do all this turnkey. So we have groups or crews that move, simultaneously and do this. And we have a pretty good system and we do a lot of huge properties just in the area. All the brooks and fiddlesticks and Mediterra. And we've been able to actually take their cost of their drainage and their maintenance down significantly. Once we come in and we've done these inspections for them and we've come in through and we've cleaned them. And the reason for that is because a lot of the other companies that will bid against us, and I'm all about that, you just never get apples for apples. And this is what we found over the last 20 some years doing this. The problem is they'll come in and they'll say, yeah, we're gonna jet those out, we're gonna clean them. Well, they'll take their jetter truck, they won't de-water, and they'll jet the line where it has flow. Well, that's okay for, for flood and for what you're trying to do. We don't do that. We plug de-water, we suck everything out. That pipe is 100% clean. So when we do come back, whether it's a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, whatever your program may be, when we do come back, we actually are just concentrating on your boxes because you have an entrapment for your box. Is what it's supposed to be. It's a debris catch, is what it does. Right. So by us being able to do that, we can maintain and keep the pipes clean and your costs drop significantly. But I do know that the amount of work that it takes to do that and the amount of crew to do it and do it right. If you don't do it right, it is what it is. I mean, you don't know about it for 2 or 3 years down the road, and then somebody else comes in, you find, oh, there's a problem. Well, I thought we did this. And, we went through that when we were growing the company because we started out as commercial divers. We came in and we started doing some of these programs for these properties. And we would hire a company to come in with their back truck. And they would come in and they would say, no, we don't need a plug and dewater, we just jet it. Some of them were as ridiculous as taking a pool skimmer and just taking the stuff they found on the top, going on the road, let the truck suck it up.
Yeah, so I appreciate you talking about all our solutions, but
Right.
What is your time of completion to do all this work that you bid based on?
Well, depending on the time that we can get in here to get it done, we'd like to try to get it done before the rainy season.
Did you give us a proposal saying that we'll do this in 270 days or 300 days, or how did
I
you do
didn't
that?
actually give,
We didn't go there.
So-
What he did is he just gave me a cost of each one.
So we don't have a timeline on this.
correct. I can get it done by this year, by the end of this year, for sure, but it's
See,
gonna take.
that's the thing I'm concerned about, is if we're gonna go back and do that, put a place, the time of doing this. Somebody could come in here and give us a price that's ridiculous and compelling. But he'll do it when he gets to it. 2025? We can't have that. We want it done now.
That's.
We want somebody to be able to do it though.
And another thing that I was thinking about, even just thinking of extreme divers, when we're doing the wake restoration and going that, we use them also. And I don't know if they have enough staff to cover the 2 big projects. So we will run out of.
If they don't, they won't bid. It's a simple process.
But then we're just delaying it. I don't know, I just feel like if
Well,
we require.
That's easy.
Hold on.
Guys, that's easy.
If we go
Solve.
through
You
the
put time of
process,
completion.
if we go through the process, Tony and Brian.
Yes, sir.
If we can get it out there, probably within a couple days, we'll lay it out there 5. So we're delaying this work hopefully by, what, 30 days?
I think listen, that, again, if Bob, I think, the Pelican Reserve documents, if that can be the template, and then Brian can,
They
tweak this.
came out of the district.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and we should have all those documents. in this
So
week.
let's just
And
think
then
about
tweak
this.
the specifications, and I can get the notice in the paper next week.
For the next week?
We can have the,
The sooner the better. The reason why I say this is because once we get into the rainy season, I've already expressed to Brian, we still can take care of that. Now you're talking about dewatering issues. Your water table goes way up, and now the dewatering time increases
Yeah,
quite a bit.
we understand all the complexities to it.
Right.
So it's the 4th day. 1 second. So if we can get this out by Monday, the 8th, that would get us 5 days, would get us to the 12th.
well, I have to be in the paper, so it won't be in the paper maybe until Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, can we come back and be able to make a decision on the 18th? If not, we're looking at the 1st.
Could be real simple. I get no bids.
I'd say April 1st is a safer bet. I mean, that's,
So again,
April
we're
1st.
delaying this 30 days, which
days.
puts us into April, which, how quickly can you get started?
It really depends on, it's a scheduling thing with us too. You have to understand, we have other.
So you're gonna need 30 days to schedule at least.
Well, right now,
I mean, potentially.
talking to Brian, we're ready to go with you guys. So we've.
Not ready to go means, that means
We're
next
ready to roll
next
it.
Monday you start cleaning?
Probably the week after is when we
Okay,
were gonna.
so you have about a 2-week lead time approximately. So again, we think about this. We're gonna get to April 1st making the decision. He's gonna need 2 or 3 weeks, so that's gonna get us into mid-April. Now you're talking about May, June, we got rains coming, 30 days can be significant as far as the amount of work that can get done. So that's the only thing that I'm concerned
If I
about.
had a suggestion, if 195 is the cap, then you stop it below 195 and let him go get the hard stuff done, then bid the rest out.
Absolutely.
Because
well,
what's
that's what I'm
gonna happen-
saying. If you add, if you,
That's not the way
if
you
you
do it.
take 15, 16, 17, 20, 22, and 24, that's 182, 450.
Yeah, but I think the problem that we have is we don't have any quantitative information that says this is a low reasonable bid for us. I mean, you've put some feelers out and.
Maybe, I don't know.
And I don't know, Bob, with your experience, I mean, you've done this before. Does these
Well,
numbers
the only
look
thing is,
reasonable?
I know we put it out for bids. The guy wanted, he went and did it and didn't do a pond or something. We did one hell of a
Yeah.
lot.
But I mean, do these numbers look
Oh, they don't
competitive?
mean a thing to me. If I don't know the distance.
Yeah, you don't.
Okay.
It just doesn't.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
A lot of it's based on footage as far as.
No, I get it. I
stuff like that, but
understand.
The reason why we don't do that, charge you a certain amount of foot no matter what the pipe is, because a lot of the pipes don't need to be cleaned, but they're still gonna charge you the footage. That's why we do this inspection, so I know exactly what we're cleaning.
What the level of complexity is.
we come
And
up
I'm
with
just
time.
curious, I mean, if you've been in there for a long time, why have we not heard of you before?
We've done some work out here, but again, believe it or not, the people that you guys are talking about that do the work, we do a lot of the stuff. We do a lot of their work for them out here.
Oh, so
So even
they
like
sub
Trevor
you out.
and
Okay.
Mark, they all use.
And I'm just curious too, I mean, I don't know how you would answer this, but when you deal with companies that are all inclusive, sometimes you pay a little bit more for that. Do you feel like
To a
that's?
certain extent, but we don't do it. We do it the opposite. I feel like I can get Advantage. a better price. It's more of an advantage for me because I own it. You know what I
Right.
mean, I can get it there and I can do the job and get in
No,
and get out. So for me, it's a little bit different. It makes me more competitive when I have to go, up against somebody. I can, that helps a lot. I'd say go as quick as possible to get this thing bid out and to move and not waste any more time.
Totally agree.
And by the way, I think the River Ridge photo, was that when you sleeved the drainage pipe and the FPL easement? Okay, I represent River Ridge CED, and that was a big project.
Yes, we did. We're actually doing a little bit, yes.
That's one of the photos in here.
So we appreciate you coming out and.
I remember
and,
that.
If Brian's done some due diligence, that's great. We really don't intend to delay the work or, not take work away from you. It's just part of the process.
It's just for me, I know what we're trying to do and I know what we're trying to accomplish to help you guys out. The last thing I want to do is kind of get, with Mother Nature and the way it is, especially this
Understood.
rainy season lasts a lot longer. So we're dealing with a lot of dewatering issues.
And there is a little bit of risk that now there's some information that's out there, but I highly doubt that there's going to be.
Again, the board, it's not just pure numbers that the board bases its decision on.
Correct.
It's the lowest, most responsive, competent, responsible bidder and bid most advantageous to the
And I'm
district. All those
uncomfortable that
factors
their
come
numbers
into
are
play.
already out there for other people. to
Right,
bid
but I'm just
against.
saying all those other
That
factors.
seems unfair.
That takes the wind out of
That does. That's very unfair. So
why
we'll
I
keep
brought
that
it
in
up.
mind.
But once again,
It's not a dollar.
But it's, listen, we will do the nonsense, we'll live with whatever. It is what it is, you know what I mean? So.
that's not totally determinative. That's what I'm trying to say is that
No.
it's not the lowest number. This board is not required to take the lowest bid.
No, but I'm not,
I
you
understand.
got to be fair with people.
Yes, I mean, the
I
lowest.
want to make sure we're fair.
Okay, so again, we appreciate you coming in. Sorry you had to sit around for most of the meeting for us to tell you we're going to wait. So it's never a good thing, but we appreciate you taking it the way you have. So.
Right, and the brochure is just gonna give you, the 3 different or 4 different companies that we do and all the other things that we do.
Right.
Great. Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So.
We have been in here doing the golf course work. We actually have a treatment system and stuff. We maintain their flat well for them.
We do, like I said, there's a lot of facets to our company. We could be here for a whole day. Explain they don't want to do that, don't want to bombard you with all that. Really, your concern with us right now is your storm. And that's kind of what we really want to concentrate on. But you guys have literature. If you have any questions, if you look at something you want to
Thank
talk
you.
about.
You got it.
Okay, great.
Well, but if the board wants to, they can also have a special meeting between the 18th and 1st.
Yeah.
You know, you
Same
can do
time,
that
get this going.
solely
well,
for this purpose if you want to.
Let's discuss that towards the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Chris, can you?
Where's this? Probably down there.
We take
one of the thumb drives. Let's see.
Yeah, hey, while you're getting set up, let's take 5 minutes. We're about an hour over, just if anyone wants to keep the score. Yeah. And I've written it 1,000 times. Yeah.
I am not talking about breaking the contract, period. I'm talking about having someone look and give some guidance, period.
Oh, yeah.
We have been without an elevator for an extended period of time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just check it out, look at it from the fall.
I don't think there's anything we can do because there's nowhere for it to go.
Put the yard drain in. Dig a pipe in and send it somewhere where it could.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. Because it's supposed to all drain this way and then out to the preserve and then, but who was on? Looking at it somewhere. There's just nowhere for it to go. Okay, I appreciate
something we could do.
Chris, we did inspect the pipes from our area that go from the pipe lay to the school going to Hampton, right? And we encountered some issues. Were they rectified?
Clean them and
Normally that's Bob's.
we'll do a formal turnover on all this too. They're supposed to
I'm just trying to make this.
By centering, there's nothing but sugar. I took a picture. A broken sprinkler above, with the sugar sands that's just there, and the drain, everything is in the drain.
You should be fine.
And it's one of the one that we clean, so we have to make sure we,
Yeah.
So last week, Rob got the pile. That's horrible. And now this week, you got.
Yeah, I don't know.
I brought in
You need to
5 of them,
clicker.
I gave them to him if he didn't
That's surprising, because I think I bet you ate 10 last meeting.
That's because he already ate a
that
pile.
box, the school put in for the irrigation, we got the span, and then everything, there, we did like 5 inches of water.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. What? Okay. I know that first time I saw it. I agree. It's, I saw the agenda, I signed the note yesterday, this morning. 195 today. Yeah. Oh, involving Gateway Greens? Joe can ask the question.
I got a question.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Rob.
And I had crushed stone. I finally decided to get paved, which I always planned. And the guy came in and had to rip all that out and then put new stone down that he could make cabin. If we have this road here for the emergency road, and we take it off from one arm, we're gonna have to change that whole bit anyhow. Is it cheaper to go?
We're hoping we don't. We're hoping we don't.
Well,
We're hoping that the whole thing is running, the whole thing right now, the South Florida Water Management District has to tell us what the elevation of that road has to be.
Well,
if that road, if we get the current elevation, as far as I'm concerned, we'll go in there, compact this material, do density tests, and put down the block.
but you have to have somebody determine that for you. And my point is that road is not level. And it has dips in it. Already I know flood.
It's gotta be,
It's
that's
gotta
gotta
be,
be taken
the
care of.
elevation has to be raised up. That whole road has to come out for a new road to be put down. If you're not taking, wouldn't it be better to tell it on, go ahead, move it out? And we start from someone's landscape. There's been.
I don't think we have enough information yet, Joe,
Well,
to make that decision.
but that's something that should be looked at. Because there's a point to tell the north, screw it. You guys clean it up and take care of it.
I'm repeating what the attorneys told me.
Well, there's been some lengthy discussion in some areas.
What they're telling me.
There's been some lengthy discussion in some areas.
And so you say, so what? We'll get it.
We will have it.
So, fine.
They'll just close the road.
We'll get out
We
by
still can have
6:30.
the DRI changed. We don't have to have Lenore's approval. to do
No, I mean,
that.
I agree with it.
But if they have a piece of property that they own, what good
Well,
is
it's
it
just,
to them pertaining?
it's responsible for us to do it.
I'm not involved in those conversations. I'm just telling you what I heard from your attorney.
I don't trust our attorney for crap to begin with.
Yeah, now.
You're gonna include that.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, let's get everyone back to their seats, please.
But the issue is.
You do it only when you need it.
If the
Inspection.
South Florida Water Management District comes back and tells us we have to be at elevation X.
Yeah.
And that elevation is higher than.
That's our biggest problem. We
existing
got
road.
to get back to a base.
Contractors will do. My opinion.
But
is they're
again,
gonna go
whatever
in
we
there,
do here, this is one of the
grind
first
that
3
road,
bases. We got a lot of work.
down an inch, maybe 2 inches, grind that road, then they're gonna
In our
reconstruct
budget
it,
workshop,
and then they're
whenever
gonna
we
add
do that,
stone and lifts, and then they're gonna put down the block.
Is that when we're gonna maybe put a?
And the other
Yep.
one is done at
Yep.
20 feet, 16 feet is the, minimum requirements they got.
All right, Ed, have a seat.
You ready?
Yeah.
But, what's his name,
All right, let's start heading back.
Steve is the one who talked to, Lenore's attorney.
I feel you, but Phil Rover, that any faults, he would have gone in there first, but like, it would have been a little harder to.
Yeah, it's, our problem is right now, we're, it's happening to exactly what I just said in November was gonna happen. This thing, the can has been kicked down the road.
Did you have a
And
light?
the county and the city are just,
Oh.
these requirements for something as simple as this is ridiculous. Just
I
ridiculous.
always replenish the back. I bring you back.
Well, the good news is we've literally been our meetings have been lasting 2 hours. Now, back in the old days, we would go till 7:30.
Oh, I know that. I know
Like,
that.
I almost wanted to order pizza.
A lot of this stuff should have been done a long time ago. long time ago.
Okay, Tim, are you ready?
Sure am. You guys
Okay.
ready?
We're
Yep.
ready.
All right, Tim Holland, supervisor over at the Commons Pool. So I wanted to talk to you about the state of the pool. I'll just get right into this here if I get this clicker working. There we go. So the pool was originally built in 1994. It's old. We're 27 years old now. And the last time it was renovated was in 2006, meaning that the plaster and tile, that's typically what we call a renovation. Plaster, when I talk about it, and we'll talk about it a few times, is the generic term for what people are going to call diamond bright, or just the interior finish. 2006, we did the plaster, the tile, and the filtration on there. And then again, we had some slight updates in 2019. We updated the electronic chemical controllers, put a VFD in, and we purchased an EnduroVac. It's a robot vacuum. Works great. We put it in each evening. It goes and does the entire surface of the floor of the pool in about 3 hours, shuts off. Then we'll run it again in the morning. So let's back up to the plaster real quick. Plaster on any pool will last for about 10 years. If it's your own pool, you might get 12 years out of it. In a commercial application, you're not going to get more than 10 out of a pool plaster. And it's due to a lot of things, usually beta load and maintenance is the big thing. Commercial pools get beat to death with chemicals and just bad maintenance. If you get 12 out of it, it's a miracle. Ours is at 14 plus now. We're going on our 15th year. This thing is beyond its expiration date. And we'll get into that a little more in a minute here. We're going to talk about the tile next. This is current photos of the tile in different areas, but consistently we're in rough shape around the perimeter of our pool. The top left is showing cracks around the pool, and not just where I have the arrow, but if you look down, you can see cracks everywhere. The white that you see isn't anything that we fixed. That's just calcium bleeding through the tiles from the cement in the back. On the right, you see that hole right there? That's everywhere, randomly around the pool. And when we see those holes, I'll mix up some epoxy and I'll fill it up. So we're not leaking as badly, but it's constant. And even where you see the gutter, if you look closely, you'll notice there's holes under there as well. When a pool gets old, this just happens. It comes from the expansion and contraction of the concrete, and it pushes things around, and this happens. Bottom right, there's a chip tile. We're not leaking through there, but that's hazardous. And on the left bottom, those tiles are just clean broken off. I personally found the pieces and just stuck them back on there and tried to keep it from leaking as much as I could. And that's happened in a few random places. We don't have replacement tiles, so if something breaks, that's kind of as good as we can get. And I do the best I can to make it look the best I can, even though it doesn't look great, but you know, we do what we can up there right now. Depth markers. A few inspections ago from the health department, and we have twice a year inspections. And I wasn't here, and it was before I came. The health inspector cited us for bad depth markers, meaning they weren't highly visible, and they need to be highly visible. After X amount of years, the visuals wear off, and they were hard to see. So where I said 5 foot, it was really, really light, and you couldn't see it anymore. There's a few ways to fix that. The correct way to fix it would be to take off the tiles and install new tiles. But I'm guessing the thinking probably was that we're going to redo this soon, and to do that would be a wasted expense. So why do that?
No, it was someone didn't want to take the effort to pull the tile off, and they just went right.
Honestly, I would say probably not because of the expense. It's really expensive to do it. I mean, I've done it in a lot of places. It's not cheap to pay a company to come in and literally try to take off those pieces of tile. These are custom made and they're baked, and they're not cheap. However, these are equally expensive. These are $26 a piece.
What is it?
And they're made by Triple M. You know, they probably cost a nickel, but Triple M makes them, so they're really expensive. They stick on, and there's a lot of problems with these. First of all, they're really sharp and they're really dangerous. Okay, when I put them on, because I had to replace them myself, because they come.
That's what's on here.
That's what you see there. If you look close, you can see
The edges
the,
have been,
the fix was to stick these over the depth markers instead of taking off the boldness tiles and put new ones on, okay? Now, these are sharp on the edges and then mold gets back here, okay? So we have dangerous and moldy depth marker replacements on our pool because it was cheaper, I guess. I don't know. I'm certain there was a good reason for it. I just can't find it. And I'm not faulting anybody. I'm just saying.
no, we understand what you're saying.
And if you look on the bottom, on the right picture, you'll see discolored tiles. And somewhere along the line, there were replacement tiles for cracked tiles. They just weren't the right color. So people did try to do the right things here, just with what they had on hand. Okay, this is the plaster. So we've talked about the plaster. It's rough. It's very porous. I equate it to sort of peanut brittle, if you would, or like a granola bar. It's flaking off and it's stained. So what you see on the bottom left is the disc portion with a net on top of it, and that catches all the debris that our robot vac sucks up. And the white you see inside of there is actually the aggregate, meaning the little teeny rocks that come from the plaster. So every night where our vacuum picks up leaves and hair and things that get into the pool, it also picks up all the aggregate that flakes off of the finish every single day. So I end up picking up about 1/8 of a pound to 1/4 pound of cement, aggregate, and finish from our pool every single day because it's flaking off. It literally is falling apart every day. It's crumbling. If you look, pictures aren't great, but under the lap lane, you'll see discoloration where it's dark. Around the return on the top right picture, you'll see discoloration where it's dark. That is years and years and years worth of algae stains, iron stains, copper stains, just minerals and algae that has stained the finish. And it'll never come off. It just can't. This is our pool at the best. I'm not doing a good job selling myself here as a maintenance person, but honestly, I can't get any better, guys. And I really do my best. It's a rough pool to take care of. This is what the pool looks like when it has algae in it. Believe it was February 7th, I closed the pool down for a day, which you never want to do. But here's the thing. This pool can flash. In other words, and I think I put it in our agenda when I wanted to ask for this meeting, and I needed to explain that we have bad filtration. No matter how clear and clean and chemically balanced the water is, and it's perfectly sanitary, and I will go swimming in there, I could drink that water. And it's so clear that you can see right down to the bottom, and you can see the main drains and the floor returns and the tiles. And you can also see the algae that's laying on the bottom that we really can't get off. My vacuum there goes by and you can see the passes it takes. You can see the stripes of algae that we have to brush off and suck out and do this every single day. And I put this just for demonstration purposes. So I'm to the point, this pool's so bad that about once a month now, I'm looking at closing this thing down and doing a complete shock and an overhaul because every 30 days, no matter what we do, we're getting to a point where the pool is just, it's exhausted. And we're exhausted, but we're making it work. It's not ideal, but if the health department would have walked up this day, no matter how clean my water was, and they would test it and they would find it perfect. But if they see algae like this, they will shut us down. We will be shut down. Now they'll open us up in a day or two whenever they find time to come back, but we'll be shut down and no one's going to be happy about that. So I preemptively shut the pool down for a day because it was the right thing to do. And I don't want to have to do that, but I'm thinking about starting a program to do that because I really don't feel like I have much of a choice. This is the filters. We have 4 filters. They're about 30 inches in diameter. And inside of each filter, we have fabric cartridges, just like you probably have at your house. Each one holds 2. When the filters get in that sort of disrepair like you see right there, and that's typical when this happens. The algae, the debris and everything goes right through them. We just call that bypass. So any algae that would get sucked into the filter and collect on the cartridges, it just passes right through. And that's when you have problems with well, filtration. So we have 2 sets of filters on hand at all times. So I have basically 8 filters. It gets confusing. So 4 filters, 2 cartridges in each one, and I have 2 sets of those. When I replace these, and they only last for 3 months because they don't last long, it's at a cost of between $2,000 and $2,300 a pop, depending on where I buy them. And they're not easy to find, so that's why the price varies. I have a main supplier who can get them for me, but if he's out, I have to go to a more expensive supplier. It's like a drug dealer.
Can you
Honestly,
get these
these
on
things are not
Amazon?
easy to get.
Can you get them on Amazon?
I can't. I have my favorite supplier is called Horner Express, and they're a local supplier, Florida based. They're national, but and then I can actually go to Leslie's. They're more expensive, but they can get them for me lickety split. I just don't like to spend the extra money to get them.
Is this because of the filters themselves, the age of the filters?
It's not the age of the filters. It's not everybody uses these. These are residential filters is the problem. And we're using for a commercial application, so people don't keep these around in quantity. So when I say I need 4 sets of these, they're like, okay, well, yeah, it's gonna take me some time to get them.
Yeah.
Even my massive wholesaler just doesn't keep them around.
Yeah.
So it's an issue. And again, in 2006, why someone would have decided to purchase this for a commercial pool is really beyond me. It never should have been installed here. Okay, so we're away from the pool. Now let's talk about our facility. This is our furniture. I've tried in vain but could not find out when this was purchased, but suffice it to say it was a while ago. The furniture frames themselves are not in good shape. The webbing is in horrible shape. After the COVID, I put these on deck and then took them off and just couldn't stand it. So I cleaned them all, pressure washed them, sterilized them, and they looked better. 3 months later, this is how they look again. So we take them off 8 or 10 at a time, and we clean them and pressure wash them, put them back on. But very quickly, they look like this again because of years of buildup and suntan lotion. But again, we try to do the best we can. On the right, you'll see our deco drain. When this pool was built, the deck drain was engineered strangely. Usually a deck drain will run right off the edge of the pool deck and drain into the lower yard because it's not required, even in commercial applications, to go into a storm system. But for some reason, ours goes into the storm drains. But these only go into the storm drains via little tiny 3/4 inch holes in the bottom of the deck drain. And there's only one hole every 50 feet. So what we end up having to do here with all the leaves and the debris is about every 2 to 3 months, I have to take off the top of the drain, clear the 3/4 inch holes and unclog them. So after, I don't know if that's why the deck is chipped around it. I think that's just years of abuse, but each time we do pull up the deck drain, more and more deck chips around it. So those are hazardous, they're toe stubbers, and even when you repaint it, it just flakes back off again. So I have non-functional drains. They work at about 30%, I would say. And the edges of them are just not good.
Where's the closest hospice for a pool?
And this is really something to me that this is my probably, much as I've talked about stuff I don't like, this is my scariest thing here. Our bathroom floors is one of the first things I noticed when I started this job. Our pool is older, so let me just say that we grandfather into a lot of things that if we built this pool now would no way be allowed. Our floor tiles are abrasive, but at the bare minimum that you are allowed to have, even when our pool was built. So that tile is Well, it's very slippery. There's numbers for it. I forgot it, A, B, A or something. Anyhow, if 4.5 is the benchmark you're allowed to have, we're 4.2. So we are this much above where we have to be. We are at the hazardous level of slipperiness. So here's the thing. I keep those wet floor signs inside of our bathroom doors at all times to let people know to be careful. And here's my personal problem. If I know enough that there is a problem, and by me putting a sign up, and I think Tony probably will understand exactly what I'm saying.
Morgan will love you.
I'm more liable for knowing there's a problem and not addressing it, right?
Well,
So,
if you're aware of an issue, you either have to address it or warn of it.
right, well, I'm warning of it, but it's a huge problem. So this is something we should really address, even though we are completely legal. When the inspector comes out, we're fine, because guess what? This pool was built so long ago that we've grandfathered in to a lot of things that we can't get away with now. Our deck, let's go to the deck where it also says slippery, completely legal and fine. That's the middle picture. They kind of run together there. Our deck is plain concrete and it's painted, which painted concrete is slippery. Of course, there is a shark grip in there, but it doesn't do much. I personally have slipped and fallen on that deck just by walking quickly. That's why we don't allow any running on a deck. It is dangerous. And by the way, pool decks get wet often. Underneath the pool deck is a gutter on our back pool house with a bathroom. The gutters are leaning the wrong way and they're dripping and they're starting to erode our soffit and fascia. The door is rusting on our equipment room, and I'll spend a little time on the top right picture, because whatever we do with this pool, and we do have a lot of choices, one would be to remodel our pool. And when you remodel it, going back to before, which would entail plaster and tile, which was done before. When you remodel and do the tile, there's a tolerance when you do your gutter tile. Gutters must spill over at no more than 1/4 inch variance for the whole perimeter of a pool. And there's reasons for that. So if a bug floats here, it has to float here into the gutter. But our pool at some point heaved or lifted or floated. I'm sure you've heard of pools floating, right? So sometime, somehow, near the deep end, our pool popped. And this side is 1 inch higher than everywhere else on the pool. So that's how I know it popped, okay? So that in itself is not the end of the world. But luckily, our inspector has never caught that. It won't be something that he will catch, unless for some reason the water was too low.
Or he's watching this today.
Eric's watching us.
So here's the thing. When we remodel the pool, if that were the route we chose to take, I am concerned that we have structural issues because part of a pool just doesn't pop without structural cracks going down somewhere else. I certainly don't think we have plumbing issues being cracked, but we certainly would have structural issues where part of the pool heaved and part didn't. So that's something we would have to look into if we chose to go that route. Just so you don't think I'm completely slagging off the pool without having done anything about it. Here's a list of improvements we've made out there. Starting with the personnel, I've updated the employee procedures. Prior to me coming there, I think the mindset was that all of the employees there were, and I know this, I think pool attendants. And we had not issues, but the mindset was that the employees were to sit there and take gate cards, and that was sort of it. We've gone to more of a facilities maintenance program where when I hire people now, the understanding is that they're there to work. And if someone needs a card or they need help or they need assistance, we're there to do that too. But our primary function is to work and take care of the facility at all times, and it's constant. We created a Facebook app, more or less just for community outreach, because people are always wondering about what's going on, hours, operation time, functions that are going on in the pool. We've acquired some new supply resources for quicker supplies and some cheaper prices for sure. This is really hard to see, guys. I'm sorry about this. New visual screens on the equipment room fence. It was like a tennis court kind of a thing. It was always shredded, so we got rid of that. Put slats in there now. And my personal belief is it's so good now that no one even notices it because it's not an eyesore. We've redone the sump in the equipment room. That's a really boring thing for you guys, but it was huge. Our sump was leaking all over the equipment room floor, so I had a company come in and raise it up and fiberglass it so it no longer leaks and it doesn't have mold anymore. We replumbed the filters in the equipment room, not the big ones I showed you, but we had a series of small ones that we redid. We repaired the front gates on the drive. They were completely falling off. Brian gave me his gate guy. We were able to do that for a fraction of the cost of new gates because we were able to repair the existing ones. We have some new pool rule signs, lifeguards not on duty signs. I put some LED lights in the equipment room so we can now actually see when we're doing our chemical readings because we had no lights in there at all. New paddle fans all along the lanai and the service area, and new bathroom floor mats, which you may have noticed in the other pictures. I'm almost done, guys. Thank you for your time. So here are some proposals I have. I've been working on this for almost since I've been there because I know we've needed some help there. Couple companies that I personally have known for a long time have given me prices on redoing the pool. This is just for the tile and the refinish. Two cost, one of $127 and $113. I don't like to go with the lowest bidder myself. I like to go with the best company. In this case, both is the lowest bid. They're both good companies. I trust the right one the most. These are probably 6 months to 4 months old, respectively. So the prices certainly have gone up, but these are nice ballpark figures to work with. This is the filter that you need on a commercial pool. On any commercial pool of our size, when we get filters, because we have no choice, this is the type of filter we're looking at. I believe Chris has already discussed and priced something out like this. It's a horizontal filter. It takes the place of all 4 of the other ones. It's just a simple sand filter, but it's a different shape and style. But instead of sand, we would use glass media, which will last us probably about 18 to 20 years with never having to change the media. In other words, once we fill this up with the sand, it does the work. We never have to change it, ever. The cost of this is right around $50,000.
Is that installed?
That's
All the
installed.
plumbing?
That's
With all the
installed,
plumbing and everything?
permitting, hydraulics, everything included, all inclusive.
The $2,300 for the filters, the per filter or set of 4?
That's per set of 4, but I'm doing that about every 4 months.
So in a year,
I'm getting about 3,000 hours, about 4 months out of them. They say three months, but I could stretch it a little.
So 10,000 a year.
10,000.
Yeah. Right. So I mean,
This
will
would
pay for
help
itself.
the algae situation much
This
greater.
will correct every situation. Our bather load is a huge problem too. Our bathers are great. They're not the problem. Their suntan lotion is a huge problem. And that's a big algae thing too. This corrects everything right here. So this is the way to go. And the other thing is, if down the road we decide, let's say we go the route with a whatever that company was. I understand we're not using them, but let's say we went a route to get a new pool. This type of equipment could be used on a different pool because it would support a larger pool even if we went that route. This is not a wasted piece of equipment. Furniture. Definitely don't recommend going this way, but I thought I would throw this out there just so you could see. We could restrap the existing furniture that we have. I've done this at some other establishments I worked at. But then again, the frames were good. Our frames were shot. But just to go show you some numbers, you could restrap them for, let's say, $6,000 average between these two companies. Just taking the frames, throwing some new vinyl on them, and get another year or 2 out of them.
I have a question with the pool furniture because I was confused because we did switch everything, and I remember it was not this even the strap time, and I think they were the strap price? Does that sound familiar?
I thought we replaced all this about
We
3
did
years
all-
ago.
Yeah. I thought we
Furniture
replaced-
doesn't last forever, and you need to be careful about what you're buying. The strap stuff is okay because you can restrap it. It's not horrible to buy. There's different things that you can get. You can also, I personally would suggest getting slings, which is more of a hammock type of chair. They tend to be, when you clean them, they stay cleaner. And they don't hold the lotion as much. And you can literally scrub and clean.
I hardly do the pool, but I remember being gray and in the fabric. I remember we used to have the straps and then we changed it to not being the strap kind, but then we went into the issue that they were tearing and ripping.
I know we've done so. I mean, the issue for me is I don't care if it's sling or straps, whatever.
Everybody has their own.
The problem is there's been no maintenance on these. I mean, why we don't have once a month a bleaching and a spraying if you're just sitting out there, the traffic is not that big at that pool. You might be lucky to get 20, 30 people a day. So and this is not a you problem. This is, historically what's happening is we don't have maintenance that goes on. So whatever equipment we put out there, if it's not maintained, it's going to deteriorate. But you can keep going. That's just my.
Agreed. And to your numbers, we're around 60 plus people a day now. And even during the COVID times, when we were open, we were doing not huge numbers, but even then we were doing 20, 25 people a day, believe it or not. But right now we're cranking. And yes, and to your point, that's why we're trying to turn it into more of a maintenance position out there instead of an attendant position. So 100% agreed.
Yeah.
So new furniture, I've had a few people come out and give me some prices. And when you buy new furniture, what's important is getting a warranty. So through either of these people that I've talked to, 5-year warranty comes along with portions of the furniture. It would be sort of a 2-year warranty on the chairs, and on the tables and other things, there's 5 years. They offer different things for different types of the merchandise you're buying. So you have to make sure you negotiate that into the contract, and not everybody will offer that. So that's all part of it. So, and you guys probably, I'm sorry, I say guys, you women and men probably are aware of our demographics, but I thought I'd bring this up to you because I'm at the pool and I see and am aware of different things that you may not be. Mostly what I've had at the pool since I've been there, and I've been here since May now, is retirees, older people, coming up there, and we have lap swimmers in the morning, and this is pretty regular. And after 10:30, we have a slight lull until about 11:30 or so, and then we have, it all changes. We continue with the retirees, but we have a lot of younger families coming up there now. And that's nice. I enjoy that. Not so many young children, but younger families. And as of late, for some reason, really in the last month and a half, I would say, I've had an influx of people asking me questions about other things. What else is there to do? And older and younger. And this brings me back to the whole park thing that we were talking about. But I wanted to share with you the demographics because it made me want to pull this up. And in the center, you can see the graph, and I guess you have it in front of you. But the 75 plus, and then you have your 65 to 74, and then your 55 to 64-year-olds. Those 3 age groups are on a decline from sort of 2017 until now.
This is Gateway.
This is Gateway specifically.
Where did you get this from?
This is a census.
Now,
Now this is the U.S. Census.
Oh, this is the old census.
Right. Now my graph only goes to 2018, but with the colors, but this goes all the way up to, my numbers carry me through all the way to 2020. I'm sorry, my copy and paste wasn't so good with the graphing. But you can pull it up on the census and it will bear fruit that these numbers go right up to 2020. So if you look at the 75 and plus, 75 and up, they're on a decline. 65 to 74 is on a decline. and 55 to 64 is on a decline. Hey, they're not
We
dying.
know we're declining,
They're-
but we don't have
They're
a better
just
word.
moving out.
Find a better word.
He came here to spend an hour to tell me that
The
I'm dying.
population is on a decline. Now here's what was, and here's why, this is why I looked this up in the first place. And here's what I had noticed. 25 to 34-year-olds are just booming. I mean, they're like a rocket ship coming into our neighborhoods. And they're kids, 5 to 17. So we have young people with young kids, our
No money to pay for it.
fastest growing demographic. And here's the best part, and I've been in a couple meetings here, and I know that money is a factor, and it's always a factor. And it is in my neighborhood too. But you slide over the next chart, and our median income here is about $98,000 for a household. So by no means are 25 to 34-year-olds with families destitute. Now, they're probably frugal, but I think whatever we do going forward with the pool and possibly the parks that we had talked about could certainly be absorbed slightly by the new people we have coming in that would really appreciate a facility, being centrally congregated in one area instead of spread out. And that is the biggest question I have, is where is this, where is the other thing, and that sort of thing. I just thought you might find that interesting. Brings me back to my final thing here. So cost to remodel the pool, we're looking at about 175 to 200,000, and that only will get us the tile and the plaster, and that's not the filter. No, I'm sorry, that was with the filter.
Yeah,
So that'll bring us up just to limping along. Okay, that's not changing anything aesthetically, really. That's going to get us new tile, new plaster, and the filter. So we can survive. We can get by another 14 years like that. We can limp right along. But to be honest, we'll have a 1994 facility with a newish pool sort of plopped in the middle. Okay, now my people have come in that have been coming in for 26 years will love it because nothing's changed. But the newer people, these young families are looking for more. I'm just telling you that. That's what they're not going to be thrilled with that.
Well, we can't keep
They don't want to pay
can't
for
keep
it either.
supplying 1% of the community.
Agreed.
That's what we have now. On maybe 1% of the community is leveraging this pool. Yes, sir.
Anything.
Great presentation. By the way, you mentioned about all these modifications, the phrase bring to current code. You also mentioned that because of the age of the pool, some of the newer standards may not apply. The program that you've outlined, would that require coming into compliance with all current standards?
You can change up to, I believe the number is, I think we can change up to about 50% of our pool without having to totally redo everything. So we can do, if we do the new tile and the new plaster, we will have to change our ladders. We won't have to change our bathrooms, but we will have to come into complete compliance with our pool. Okay. So we'll have to make sure our ladders are all up to date, our handrails, all of those things will have to be up to date. But our bathrooms can remain untouched.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
We bring this up and we're going to get shot.
But what is the cost of doing nothing here? And that's the thing. So I still run the risk if we don't do anything of health department shutdowns. I'm nervous as can be about the liability issues I have up there, and just consistently, what is this pool reflecting on people's property values? The benefits of redoing the pool, one, it's going to lower my operating costs. It's going to make it a lot easier for me to keep help, to be perfectly frank. That's always been difficult. It's going to bring me up to current code, which is just deadly important. It's going to give some goodwill in the community. That's always important. And property values, I believe, will increase when we increase our amenities up here. And as far as future build, the park that we had talked about, just as a side note, it's something to put in your hat. An all-inclusive park with an aquatic facility, tennis, pickleball, bocce ball, a walking and jogging course, and this is the stuff we had talked to the engineer about, which I think he was a little vague about in his presentation. It was supposed to include some things like this with the exercise equipment, sort of a challenging course out there, an obstacle course, They have permanent cornhole now made out of cement that you can keep out there. A community hall for the people, a clubhouse and a band shell. Because one thing I've noticed, and this is just my own personal note here, and I'm done, is that what Gateway Community Pool and the park system is missing is actually community, and I get that feeling a lot.
Yeah.
So, and with that, I'm done, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And you have any questions?
If we were doing a new pool, what would the price be?
A new pool, you could be looking at,
400,000 or 500,000?
oh no, you could probably triple that. It's expensive. It's expensive. Because when you
You
do a
better
new
find
pool,
that hospice fast.
you're gonna spend some money. That deck alone. Well, don't forget, when you're doing a new pool, this old pool has to go. So that one's gonna get out there first. You're looking at,
When you go, like Doug said, I totally even question that. That percentage of people using the pool, those other 90% aren't gonna pay this. I can tell you that right now. It's gonna be just like that 14 years ago in that silly tennis deal. We'll have another public hanging if we try something like this.
But I did not use the pool because it was a condition and not inviting, you know, because, and I guess I want to ask, because I know Chris already participated looking at the board pack and a few of the HOA meetings, you've been to like what, 3 or 4? And I know at least an hour that you mentioned, and I mean, there were a lot of people, more than what there are here, and everybody they knew the cost. And I think and what was the feedback? Did you get any feedback from going to the other meetings when you were kind of introducing the idea of that?
Yeah, it was split. Some people were very interested in it and liked the idea of a modern family type facility. And other people were same thing, if they had a pool or they weren't that interested in it. But across the board, there was people interested in that concept of a simple recreational.
If we debt financed it and had them charge a rate to use the pool, how many use the pool?
Well, I think to me, it's a large thing. I just have a hard time investing that amount of money in that same pool. To me, it then becomes part of the master plan, which now we're a little bit behind the 8 ball because Waldrop's pulled out.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about that.
But I mean, we just need to have more discussion, Tim. I think, continue doing the best job you can. But I think it's gonna take more conversation from us to determine what the future state of that pool is. If the volumes were higher, it'd be a no-brainer. But, when you're looking at 1 to 2%, it's just really hard to spend, that amount of money, knowing that facility is outdated and it just needs to be more.
well, if I can just say one more thing, I think it's like, what does the movie say? If you build it, they will come.
Well,
And I think
I don't disagree with
people are begging for something, and with the amount of joy it brings people.
Well, there's a reason why the club has invested over the last 10 years in enhancing their facility. It's not the same club it was 15, 20 years ago because you had to keep improving the facility in order to bring people in. So that's the same approach that applies, to larger communities. So thank you.
Well, if you're interested, let me know. I can reach out and get some numbers.
Yeah.
I think we ought to at least actively pursue the bigger filter. I mean, you're not losing, no matter if you do nothing, the better filter would help with the algae problem and other things. And it looks like it might save us some money over time.
Something's gonna have to happen now
Well,
with the pool because it can't continue in this state.
Well, I think we'll need, there's no current budget for that, correct? And you're, Brian, in that space?
I'm blowing through my budget on
Okay.
filters.
So,
Yeah.
it's something for us in the new budget season to consider.
Yeah, we start to put some money there to do it eventually, even if it's not
Well,
immediate.
but I do think I would, because the golf courses do it, they close on Monday for maintenance. That's something I would probably look into doing. Once a month, you're gonna close the pool down on Monday or on a Sunday or whatever. Probably Monday's better. And then you can do a complete maintenance on it. And if you socialize it, then it is what it is. And then, things that pose a liability, which you brought some to the table. I think we need to raise those up. But if we get to a point where the liability outweighs the volume, then we're just gonna have to think of creative solutions.
Well, if we're spending 10,000 a year in 5 years, we could have paid for the bigger filter and we wouldn't have anything to pay for the next 10 years. Because the last 15, that's kind of the way I kind of look at this. Now, that's just one little segment of it, but
Would they allow you to do the filter and not challenge you on other updates because of code?
We could just change a filter, but that's,
And they're not gonna do anything else on any code requirements?
all we would have to do is just put it in for revision, go through the health department. They want to check your hydraulics, make sure it supports the new equipment, and you're fine.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Now let's finally move into action items. So 5A, expenditure on the sewer force main valve. Did Kenny just walk? Okay. Brian, the removal of the trees on Gateway Boulevard. Okay, Jim.
Okay, Jim Kennedy, Parks and Rec. Okay, these are about trees again. I think last time I was here, we were talking about trees, the tree maintenance. I'm gonna make this short and sweet. You have a handout there, I believe, that has some photos. But these are the trees that are existing down Gateway Boulevard from Hidden Links north to Stony Brook. Okay, they are between the sidewalk and the road. They are pushing up the sidewalk. They are destroying the valley gutters. And
Where are they at again?
between
Hidden Links North.
It links to Stony Brook. So it's
Yes,
some
sir.
of the younger saplings that they're not mature.
on the
Okay,
west side of
got
the road. And they're already pushing up the sidewalks and the drain gutters, like I said. And so it's only gonna get worse from here on out. The money that we have for it, we went out to bid per tree is less than $700. And that is to cap the irrigation, remove and grind the trees, rake the areas down, and then sod it. So for less than $700 a tree, that's, you can't beat that.
Those are not that big. Those trees are not big, right?
Some of them are 20 to 25 foot tall.
Oh, I guess once you get down towards Stony Brook, they do get bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I
And
was
there's a
thinking
couple,
about that one stretch where they're not
Yeah.
mature.
right.
But
Well,
yeah, you're right.
there's a couple of hollies there, Palaka
Yeah,
hollies
yeah.
that are pretty small. But another thing is, y'all might like, and I'm sure you will, that this is already in, we have the money, the contract credit from the mulch.
Okay.
So we.
So it doesn't cost anything.
Doesn't cost anything. So, but I think it will cost you in the long run if you wait.
Yeah.
It's gonna cost you dearly with the sidewalk and the road repairs. So
I think you've made, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second it, but is the resident comments, was the resident supporting it?
They will when they start having fees and go up because of the tree damage.
So I have a motion, second. Chris, will you call the vote?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. Vote in second, Mr. Banks,
Yes.
Mr. Geppert,
I'm gonna abstain.
You can't
Can't.
abstain.
Yes, sir.
The only way you can abstain is if you have a prohibited conflict of interest under Florida law,
I like trees.
and I don't see one.
Are we replacing them with anything?
sod,
Just sod.
Tall side.
the mowable.
Yes,
so Geppert is a yes, Mr. Tinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh,
Yes.
Mr. Guy. And I do not think he is still with us.
They've all
That's the
voted,
only way you
Chris.
can abstain.
You fall asleep?
Yeah, you gotta
You're
walk
not
away.
declining, you're,
Chris, all
you're
votes or not? No.
you're reclining.
Chris pulled the whole board or?
Yeah.
Okay.
4-0.
And just one comment, from a proactive perspective, I think it's very positive. There's a cottage industry, and I think Brian and Jim are well aware of it, and Chris also, in Trippin Falls on either sidewalks with more than a 1/4-inch rise or sidewalks with roots that create an uplifting. And those things get settled, I mean, 15, 20, 30,000 in a heartbeat. So, I mean, this cost would
Well-
basically take care of two of those lawsuits.
Well, and what I would say
Quite
is,
frankly.
so what's gonna back that up, Jim, is because I'm on that sidewalk pretty frequently. So now the next step is we gotta replace the, okay, all right.
You got it.
We gotta replace the sidewalk because it's all broken.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I was just riding on
the
it,
asphalt.
2 nights ago. and
Here's the good news with that. That is asphalt. It's gonna
Yeah.
be quicker and cheaper than any concrete, but it's going to be remilled in those areas and re-blacktop.
And I think what you need to do is we're gonna have to sequence this because I think the value, and once you pull those trees out, that's recognizable. But then if you'll resurface that sidewalk, that's highly trafficked area. So the value is, hey, we're gonna give you a nice walkway. but you're gonna
Well, what we're
sacrifice
gonna
the-
do is in front of Mr. Tinkle, starting in June, we're going all the way from Gateway Greens to Walton Lakes. All that will be taken out and redone. That is a $91,000 project. That is in June, like, because Bonus did it then.
So
and we
then you've
less
got
people.
Walden Lakes to 82. Yeah, I mean, that's, well, maybe not that far, but there's definitely, maybe the section in front of Stony Brook, I think is the worst. but
There's
the
other
next
areas worse, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be
But my
done.
point is, if we
Yes.
want to get in front of some of the backlash.
The idea was to get the trees out, then we redo the sidewalk. That was
Yeah.
the idea behind it.
Yeah, and I think Jim's going to Home Depot to get a 12 can orange spray paint tonight to mark all those
If
areas.
they're all over the place.
Yeah, but that does need to be marked.
That other road is, the other sidewalk he's referring to is in
Yeah.
horrible condition.
Thank you. 55-gallon drum.
Well, and now that it's getting darker sooner, people are still walking out there as it's getting dark, and it's not, I mean, the lighting is, not that great. Okay, thanks. So Kenny, come back in. Kenny, you want to jump up and we'll knock yours out?
Kenny Hall, Utility Manager. And this is a request for a approved expenditure of $48,600 for sewer force main insertion valves along Griffin Drive that I was alluding to on my utility manager's report. We are hoping to cut these in front of lift station 7 and along the east-west force main. There'll be two 12-inch insertion valves and two 6-inch insertion valves. This will give us the ability to isolate the force main from along Griffin Drive. On either side of it, we'll be able to isolate.
Sorry about that. That was me.
Jesus,
I couldn't figure out who it was.
The Hawks were coming.
Is this budgeted? You have budget for this?
Yes, sir.
It's budget?
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call the vote, Chris, please.
Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
So we're tabling 6, that's going out for bid. D, proposal from Atlantic Southern to perform asphalt repairs on the pathway in Stony Brook. So,
Sure. This is a project that came up through the Stony Brook Advisory Committee. They took 3 bids and went with the low bid. Oh. And that's Atlantic Southern. There's the tree removal, excuse me.
is this all the way, Warren? Is it complete down or just in sections?
That'll be going all the way, there's about, just under 7,000 square feet that will be repaired.
Okay. Motion to approve?
So.
Second?
Second.
Okay, Chris,
Okay,
call the vote.
Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh? Motion passes 4-0.
All right, so 5E is the traffic control agreement. I guess that's for Stony Brook. I just have a couple questions on this. And my computer just died, so I couldn't go into where does it specifically call out in this traffic agreement what Stony Brook is asking for as far as what?
No, it does not. Basically, what we were asking for is that the Board of Supervisors approve us to send a letter. It would come under my signature, work with Tony, just authorizing sheriff's patrols to come into Gateway Roads in Stony Brook.
I'm not going to vote for anything, Tony, that we don't explicitly call out what activities the sheriff's department or whoever can come in and perform.
Yeah, I think there's a standard agreement.
There is a standard agreement. We just did it.
They have, and it is strictly traffic control. I don't know if they've changed it much between 06 and
We
today,
just did it.
but it's just traffic enforcement.
Yeah, and two issues you've got to stipulate to. One, you own the roads and control them. So that means it has to, the agreement has to be signed by the CDD.
Correct.
Not Stony Brook.
Right.
The second one is, and this one, the one that bothers me, you have to stipulate that you are MUTCD compliant.
Correct. We're required, the city of Fort Myers and Lee County, most counties, local governments I'm used, they require a certification from an engineer.
Yes.
And and they may do their own inspections.
Are those roads up there?
That the signs are traffic control devices, that everything is MUTCD compliant with the roadway.
We
What
just
does
got, we just did,
initials mean?
do what?
What's that?
Manual of Uniform Traffic
I'm
Control
sorry.
Devices.
And I don't think our signs
I don't
currently are
think
not
that- I don't think
MCD.
they're
They are.
MUTCD
All our
compliant.
signs in Stony Brook right now meet the
They are now.
manual uniform. Yes, they have since 2006, when Lennar, or the board at that time, went to the commissioners and had that. You have a copy of that in there. And it meets all those requirements. We've been back out and we have checked the sizes again of all the signs.
They have the
They
7
all-
foot and
They all
reflective.
have the 7 foot. They all meet the signs. that
What
are
about the
manual.
street signs?
I'm-
What about the street signs? The no parking signs on the roads?
Parking signs do meet the requirements, yes. I've discussed some of this with the county engineer.
We'll have to hire an engineer to
Uh,
certify that.
That's
but-
typically what the county and the sheriff's department require is a certification.
Oh, yeah.
The one thing the county engineer told me when I was talking to him about this, because I've been working on this for a while, was that the signs in there are fine and that they refer that to the sheriff's office. After it goes through there, they do that. But we've gone out and checked them. And I've got the manual,
What's your speed limits in there?
25.
25.
Yes. They were 19. Then when they went to the
That won't fly.
2006 thing, they went to the 25.
So Warren, what I don't want to happen, and I understand, let me ask you, from your point of view, what's the primary purpose for having?
My purpose to start this was, we have problems in Stony Brook between 6 in the morning and 10 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon to 7 o'clock in the afternoon, of kids going to school. We got people speeding up and down the roadway, passing school buses, doing all those kinds of things, and we need somebody in there. We have kids walking up and down the sidewalks. We have crosswalks that go across. And that's my concern. We don't need 24/7. We need people there, and it wouldn't be every day.
Yeah.
But that's my purpose,
Speeding.
protect those kids.
Speeding is
So-
what you're talking about.
Well, speeding, stop signs, people
Running stop
passing on
signs.
the roadway. I mean, they do about everything, because you get young kids going to school doing the same thing.
We
And
buy
we wanna
units
know.
in Gateway Greens. We
That's
buy
right.
so many units, it's about $300
Yeah.
for a 4-hour unit.
Yeah, it's, I think it's $58 an hour
standard
plus,
agreement.
yeah,
So-
and that's what you'd have to sign.
So
Yeah,
Warren,
also.
and I'm going to be very direct in this piece. I live in Stony Brook, so I understand the speeding and the rolling stop signs and the kids, so I can feel
Yeah.
like, but I do not want this to turn into any type of parking issue.
Okay.
And we need to
Well-
be very explicit on that piece in this.
Well, let me,
The one thing,
They
one-
will not do that with the county.
I knew-
County won't do that. It's all or nothing.
I knew that would be a topic, because everybody kind of went bonkers with the signs. If the sheriff comes into Stony Brook, based on the commissioners and goes through that whole process, we have to follow the county rules, the county laws, no matter what they is. Now, the stopping, standing, and parking violations are about 3 pages long. They're 3 pages long, and in Stony Brook, without the signs, you might have 65 places to park in all of Stony Brook, except, the parking lot, but on the roadways, because if you go through here, you can't park within 5 feet of a driveway, you can't park 30 feet from the stop signs, you can't do this, you can't, and it's all listed here. Now, you can say, well, the county went overboard. County didn't go overboard. These same laws are used by Fort Myers Police, by the state, by the Highway Patrol, by the sheriff, by the Ohio State Highway Patrol, same rules. Because these rules were developed by the National Highway Safety Administration in 2000, the last time they did this, so that there would be uniform traffic enforcement across the country. And any state that decided they were going to rewrite all this stuff was wasting money, because the people that did this was right there. If you take the signs down, to me, the only thing the sign does is makes it easy for the officer to cite somebody, because he don't have to figure out exactly why the parking there, because it says in here, you can't park where signs prohibit. So I don't think, that's a problem. They argue about it all the time.
Yeah, and I don't want,
And I don't think so. Again, having worked the road and stuff, parking is the furthest thing down our list.
well, depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to avoid, so Warren, and I'll be completely direct with you. What I don't want to happen is that we look to put this policy in place with the pretense that it's for traffic and safety, and then there's a focus on parking, and then now we've got to open that whole can of worms back up.
Do you have parking signs right now?
Yeah, we have no parking signs.
No parking signs everywhere.
No parking, no street parking.
Okay, then you're gonna run into same problem we did. You're gonna have to find an engineer that does the way you want it, regardless of what the requirements are.
I don't.
We talked about this a year
There
ago.
ain't no engineers gonna do
We
it.
actually asked Stony Brook to do a map of where you can park and where you can't, based on those regulations.
There's been asked several different times.
Your engineer, when you hire him or we hire him to come in and do this study, he will have to do that.
Yeah.
And he will probably, as I say, he will probably not find, sticking with just the laws, not just the signs, just the law. He won't find probably 50 to 60 spaces. And those are only going to be like on Stone Valley Loop. We probably have maybe a dozen because we have big curves on Stone Valley or Stone Tower and
Your cul-de-sacs.
And the one thing, and I addressed this because when this happened, when this parking stuff started, they went to Gateway, I can't remember, one of the district managers at the time, and he did the right things. He had Tetra Tech do a study on it. And
Yeah, I mean, we're really not trying to dig up what's happened in the past, because honestly, that's a whole, I don't want to get.
Still have an issue with parking over there? Do they have- I mean,
People park. I mean, some people park, some people don't. There's no enforcement. There's no enforcement.
Yeah, your issue is if you can get the engineer to accept those no parking signs, blanket no parking signs, I would be amazed. I don't think any engineer will do it.
Well, again, I
So
don't know.
I think before we do anything, we're gonna have to have an engineer come out and make sure that we're NCT, what is MUTC compliant. And then we're gonna have to map out where you can park and where you can't. And then we'll be done with this once and for all.
I don't think you'll find, if you want them to park where it's going to be, you won't be able to do that because according to federal authorities, the Federal Highway Administration, also the American Association of State Traffic people, the 20-foot roadway that we have in Stony Brook was not built for parking.
Well, there's other examples of.
Well, that's true, but I'm saying if they follow the guidelines.
Well, that's what we got to bring in an engineer, and whatever the engineer says.
That's fine.
And then finally, we put this thing to bed.
Yeah.
I have one question. I guess I'll give it
Yes,
to
sir.
Ed.
Go right.
When we did this in Pelican, we passed, we had no problem. We can't get the deputies to come in.
But do
Do
you
you
have
that problem in,
do you have deputies or Fort Myers police?
Well, we're paying too.
Oh, you
No,
are,
we're
Yeah.
supplementing.
Well,
We
wait a
still
minute,
can't.
are you talking Lee County, you talking say Fort Myers?
I
City of
think
Fort
it's City of
Myers.
Fort Myers for us.
We're Lee County.
Yeah.
And
But we couldn't get off. We
It's the
were
same
willing
thing,
to pay.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're not having any issues whatsoever, just no
Okay.
issues whatsoever, other than my neighbors calling me up and telling me that I live in a private community and I should be allowed to run street signs, stop signs. And I told them, no, I don't think so. So we're arresting people. We've told them, no more being soft.
We're not arresting,
Issue
but we're
tickets.
ticketing them, but we can't get near as much as we want.
I think there's been a lot of pushback or people that want the parking and have pushed that way. I am not one of them. I'm strictly traffic. We can park. If you park somewhere and it's not there, if it's not a traffic violation or if it's not crash oriented. The only parking that upsets me is people that are blocking the sidewalks.
Yeah.
Because kids coming into school have to walk out on the street and then start to do that. And I would hate to delay a lot much longer because actually, in my opinion, we can't have anybody in there now because the agreement we have from 2006 doesn't fit.
Understand. So how long does it take to get an engineer to do that stuff?
I think what you may want to do is if you want to have Tetra Tech or whatever engineer, give them a task authorization or work order to do the analysis, because
Hey, Stephen,
they also have to do one for Pelican Reserve.
Stephen, are you
Because
still
Pelican
on?
Reserve is expanding the areas too. Additional roads being added to the agreement. Ron DePonte.
So, Chris,
You
if
can
you
do
could,
that to an amendment like we did.
so Chris, if you can either go, ask Stephen Tetrick if they can do this. If they're not, if they're not subject matter experts in this area, I think we need to get someone that has experience doing this work, because it is very controversial, and I think we're gonna have to be able to stand behind the work. Tetrick's been there before, and there's been questions of whether or not,
Yeah, there's some other transportation consultants. Chris, do you know Jim Banks?
Yes.
I would go with someone that has specialization in this area.
He does he's a traffic engineer, transportation planning.
And I would also say,
Maybe
because
he can do it.
And I would also say, because Tetrick has maybe done some work in this area before, and there's been some questions on whether or not it was valid or not valid, it'd almost be better to go outside and do an independent
Yeah,
peer, is what I would
They did the
recommend.
original report, and it was a very basic report. I wouldn't have accepted it because it did not have some of the reasoning why things were done. What, why don't they
I
park?
believe you have a
and stuff
traffic
in there,
engineer living
so,
in Stony Brook.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Warren. So we'll try to expedite this as soon as possible, but I want to do it the right way,
Well, I think we do it the right way. The engineer is fine, and I would like to work with them on that, because I do have a lot of
Okay.
documentation on stuff.
Yep. But I also would like them to operate independently
I was
of
very
any
surprised.
influence.
Oh, and I go by the book.
No, I understand.
I was very surprised at how limited they are for speed, for citing someone for speed.
You got 5 miles.
But it's got to be a 25-mile-an-hour road. So you can speed on a 15 and don't do anything about it.
I
Is
don't,
that what you guys
I don't
have
think they'll
15
let you
here?
have a 15 mile
Yeah,
an
we
hour
had some
sign.
15.
Wow.
Not anymore. You won't get a
We
sign
do.
less
We
than
have some.
25.
Yeah, same with us.
Okay, moving on to 5F, Infomark Renewal Service Agreement.
The Infomark contract is set to expire on April 1st, 2021. I know last year it took a while to get it approved. There was a lot of back and forth. I am fine with the pricing. It went up just $2,300 for the year. I asked Steven to break it out a little more so we can see what we're paying for payables versus just accounting versus assessments and then the rest of the stuff. The increase I think is reasonable. I estimate it's based solely on just CPI. So I'm just asking that you approve the Infomark contract. But the issues that I have been having with them have generally been resolved, and some of the smaller things that Paula Davis and I have been working together very closely, and I'm comfortable with the relationship.
And the CPI, was that great? What surprises me?
Steven's on, he was. I thought I saw him.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Very much. Yeah, he's here.
Yep.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second, Chris?
Call a vote. Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Contract renewed. Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you.
So 5G, loan agreement and enabling resolution SRF program.
And I can bring this up. You approved the application for the loan. This is for the 3 utility projects. And so they sent us the draft agreement. And as we've done with the last 3 for the Lake Bank, it requires a resolution, an attorney's letter of legal opinion, and requires that agreement signed.
Motion to approve and resolution 2021-06.
If you could the motion include the changes as outlined in the handout I provided and highlighted in yellow?
On the,
Right here, Chris has sent it off to DEP because it has a 20-year term. We need to change that to 5. And then just clarifying the scope of the project, also referencing the existing debt that's out there that we pledge revenues.
amend the motion to include the
It's 1 through 5.
line items 1 through
5.
5 on Tony's letter.
Go a second.
Yeah, we got, somebody seconded.
You did? Okay, I'm sorry. So we have a motion second. Chris, we'll call the vote, please.
Okay, Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes
And as
4-0.
part of that also, implicit in that is adoption of a resolution approving the
Yes,
execution.
I did that.
Thank you.
I said that, yeah.
And so we have 5H. This is an item that I work with staff on. We have a current gap, really since we've separated a lot of our functions from the legacy Severn Trent. We have not had a dedicated human resource person on staff, which puts us at some risk in some areas, but this particular role, the way we've designed it is, this is a part-time position. We'd like to bring someone on this contract. Primary focus, and you can read through if you haven't done so already. Primary focus is employee relations, as well as some HR generalist activity. But we also want to include learning and development in this, so it's something that even a district at our size, we should have a dedicated resource. I think Laura has taken on some of the responsibility and has done a good job in trying to maintain it, but it's not within her scope, and we wouldn't ask Leslie to go out and, exercise valves. So we need specialists in specialty areas, and I think it's something that the staff needs, is someone they can go to that has expertise in this area. And I think it's going to drive productivity and value from a learning and development perspective, as well as driving the employee relations and a culture that we're trying to shift to.
Does this person exist?
Yeah.
There is somebody who'll do it part-time?
Yeah. Now, and the reason why we discussed a part-time position versus full-time is, in order to get someone that with the tenure that we need, it would probably put us, upwards of $60,000-$75,000. So we look for a part-time person in this area. We think we can find someone, and even Susan Foy is a member of SHRM. She feels like there's some consultants out there that either maybe have more tenure and ready to just downsize to part-time. So we do think this person's out there. That's why I think we can find them at a part-time more so than we would be able to afford them at a full-time.
What do we have budgeted right now for this?
We don't have anything budgeted. So this
how are we going to do this?
Well, I think we would look to Stephen to say, where can we budget? Let's just hypothetically say around 30,000.
So first, would we interview and get a value to verify what the price is before we? Because right now we're shooting in the dark because we don't know what the price is.
Well, what the price is going to be is, I'd say a full-time person for this is going to be anywhere between 65 to 75. So if we just split that in half, we're looking at probably between 30 and 40 is what we'd invest annually.
And that's annually, and we're halfway through the fiscal year.
Yeah.
Almost.
So you're talking about maybe 15 to 20,000 from a contract perspective for the remainder of this year. And we'll be able to budget it next year. It'll also give us a time period, because it's contracts, to really gauge, is it a part-time position? Is it full-time? Where's the value? Do we shift the,
So we don't have a person, so right now, the motion would be just authorizing somebody to go out and do the search.
Yeah.
I think authorizing the scope of the job, the position, and then.
Using this to do a search.
Yes.
And I think the most important thing is this is part-time contract. So I think it should be, something we consider next year, but, we don't know, because we haven't had this type of role internally before. It's always been managed by, Severn Trent or.
Any other CDDs around here that have ones or in the same boat where we share one?
It's possible.
It might be possible. I mean, just by way of example, our current office manager, or was our office manager, is now going to like a part-time consultant. And she, basically she was a headhunter for law firms, hiring attorneys, and she did all of our HR stuff. And now she's sort of part-time. So she is part-time. She was
Trouble is,
full-time.
when you do that, the hourly rate goes up.
Well, it all depends upon, again, the benefits that are provided at the time. And again, the size of the organization is, I think part-time is men. I think Suzanne felt very comfortable with that, and sort of Laura.
You got to take the first step. So the first thing is to go out and do a search.
Yeah, I don't think a full-time, besides the budget specter of it, I don't think that a full-time person is necessary for someone our size.
And I think some of the stipulations for this would be, because of the sensitivity of the role, staff needs someone they can go to that acts somewhat independent from the board and staff to handle the employee relations piece. So this person, the board would have the authority to hire and fire. We would only be able to hire and fire. And I think the design would be, it would report up to staff, maybe report up to Laura, and Laura reports up to Chris. So it would be an operating hierarchy, but then ultimately the board would be able to hire and fire this person. That way they didn't feel any type of, I think staff would be more comfortable with that.
And as Mr. Banks mentioned in our conversations with Suzanne, she felt very comfortable there are enough people out there willing to do it part-time. I mean, you have a real rich pool, as we all know, a rich pool of retirees who still want to work and do some part-time work, especially in the HR area.
I'd make the motion to go on ahead then, and we approve the plan and the job summary, and then go perform the search.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Chris, can you call the vote, please?
Sure. Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh? Motion passes 4-0.
Right.
I'll work with Steve and then to find out where the funds.
Yeah.
come from.
Yeah, now work with Steven to figure out what we're gonna pay for it. So we have consent agenda, any pulls for items 2?
Well, 6A is already been addressed because it got moved up.
Yeah. Yes.
And the 6B is a resolution allowing proceeds from the sale of the fire impact fees. And that's related to the emergency road.
And I did kill a couple of trees for that one, just to have a good paper trail.
I noticed that.
Yeah, it's just down the road in case anybody says, why did you authorize this?
All right, so,
Do you want to keep that one separate?
yeah, let's do that one separate.
Okay, I'll make that motion to approve resolution 2021-07 for the use of fire impact fees credits.
I'll second that.
Sale proceeds. Yep.
Motion and second, Chris, please.
Okay. Vote, Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes 4.
Thank you.
And any pulls for the minutes for February? No. Motion to approve?
So
Make a motion to approve.
second.
Motion and second.
Vote, Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Geppert?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes.
The financial report. We have a motion to approve.
Oh, you didn't miss the two. Yeah, so moved.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, sorry.
Do we have a second? I'll second.
Okay. Call the vote or wait for Mr. Geppert to get back?
I
We have
guess we
3.
can go ahead and call the vote.
Okay, Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Tinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Walsh?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Chris, what do you have for future business coming up?
Well, we talked briefly about setting a workshop for the 18th of this month to talk about stormwater, and really was going to get into some of the details on what they found out in Daniels Preserve, and also projection for the entire community budgeting over the next 4 or 5 years. And moving into April, we'll be on the 15th. We'll have the rate case presentation. We'll talk about the stormwater utility formation, and we'll also have Matarita 4 that Lennar would like to do the final conveyance with us on. So that's business coming up.
And I know we didn't get to it today, and I don't see Brian, but maybe for the next meeting, maybe Brian will come back with the Walter. I think you might even have some alternatives.
What was the issue there? I didn't get that. What happened?
They
They were all hunky-dory. What happened?
I sent a letter and said that they had time constraints, that they didn't think they could dedicate the time to us that we would need, and they were bowing out.
It wasn't because of the contract.
Well, they also made reference to some insurance requirements, and the insurance comments I made were the standard ones I use for all district contracts and for even engineering services.
Relative to what? You mean
Well, they had
limitation
issues about
liability?
Who owns the plans and indemnifications and items such as that.
Well, that's the state law.
For governmental bodies, that's typical. In fact, I talked to Brian because I was advised there was another reason, and I called Ryan and spoke with him directly. He's the senior vice president. I was told the senior vice president made a comment involving me, and so I called him directly. He said that comment was false. He did not make the comment, and that they are overloaded. They apologize. And that I said, and Ryan, and I've known the guys in that firm for years that I'm working Fiddler's Creek and elsewhere. And I said that those are standard provisions. Like Jim Banks, we just talked about that. He just signed a contract for those type of changes for one of my districts. Norm Chabelcock.
Are they just not used to working with government entities?
Oh, no, they are very much so.
Well, that limitation of liability policy, every job I did, I tried to sneak it through, and every once in a while, you get some dumb attorney, didn't know any better. But we just don't happen to have one of those.
In the Local Government Prompt Payment Act, that applies to everything we have to pay. I honestly think they were just, they're too busy, they're slammed. Chris, is that the sense you got?
Yeah, that was they were trying to look for something to say they were being nice, because a lot of times when they have the standard contracts with a firm, we just look at it and say, we're using our 2-page purchase order language.
Well, that's
giving it
exactly
out.
what I said.
We're not even gonna sign your document, and they go, okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, so
So where does that put us then?
There's, I think, Brian's talking to another firm. Bring a
So
proposal
I would like for
forward.
Brian to come back and at least have what his plans are. If he can- isn't, and if he can
Because
engage somebody else, that's great.
To me, this deal with that pool, it's got to be tied into this
Well,
somehow, some
it-
way, because
I think it puts us in a position where we have to maybe accelerate some of that, or I just have a hard time spending money on that pool. You know, at least in the condition that it's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no problem with maybe refurbishing it with something new or whatever, but to just put that money into it as is, I just have a hard time with it. But okay, let's just go to supervisor comments because we kind of already started those. So Flavia, we'll start with you.
Just a few things, we talking about, are all our signs in compliance, the ones that we are responsible for? We just start talking about this,
what signs?
DOT signs. So I just noticed like when we leave the stop sign, it's probably like 3 feet tall, and then
Here?
right here. And then there's like a few that
Well,
like.
technically, that's on
If
private property.
it's in the county right of way, it should have been addressed when they did the takeover, because we went through and made all of our signs, MUTCD compliant. I mean, we spent thousands of dollars putting in those new signs.
I would
So
say anything
I would say
that's-
somebody, unless it was added after the fact, somebody just missed it. Or it's not in
if
the
on
right of way.
If it's on the county road,
It's on the county right of way.
then it should be.
Oh, no, it's ours to do because we do the signs.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We should have done it when.
Can't believe they haven't caught us though.
So there was some questionables on by the roundabout, so I figured like maybe this is the time.
Oh, you're talking about here. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant just
No,
coming.
I'm talking about this one here, those are obvious, I mean, literally the stop sign is this tall. But there are some by the roundabout that they're not nowhere near part of the project or part of the replacement of what we were thinking. That the height just is questionable, so maybe we could just take a look at it at that, so I have that.
This is down here at the school roundabout.
No, that's not me fault.
Where?
Sausage.
Sausage.
Some of those.
Yeah, it's not a construction sign, is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's a permanent.
It's a permanent
yeah,
sign.
On the meter, yeah.
Yeah, it's real easy. If it's MUTCD compliant, it's 7 foot from the ground to the bottom of the sign.
Yes.
24, 30 inch wide.
Yeah.
We want to look
Okay.
at that. And then in regards to the road, I know we keep mentioning the road here. But
It's terrible.
horrible.
Right here.
There will be money in this next budget to
Okay.
resurface that road.
Because
That is an
it needs that.
embarrassment.
$45,000.
To resurface this
Bob,
road.
Just
step
out in
in.
front of here. and-
Step in, Bob. Are we bidding it?
That's not expensive enough.
That's not his
And then
specialty.
the last thing, I was gonna schedule a special meeting to go over what we talked about instead of having on the first.
For the,
Cleaning up the
for the bids.
MRI stuff. And if you would do,
I'd love to do that because we got to get on this stuff.
I think
If we need to have a special meeting, well, Tony's going to have to get with the paper first,
And
such that maybe Chris can get out to us what the timeline would be, that we could get the bids, and when would the meeting go?
What if we push the 18th meeting to the 25th instead of having a special meeting?
or could do that. We just put another notice in the
Have to
paper,
advertise it.
or we can do it for
Does that
regular,
mean
a regular meeting.
it gives us another week, and I think we can. I would much rather just push the 18th to the 25th.
I can't think of any reason not to.
Okay.
Bob, do you have a problem?
We keep talking, we might be on the 18th.
I need a motion for that?
We haven't had a
Yes.
7 o'clock meeting in a long
I know.
time.
I think it's a motion, just a motion to set a regular board meeting for March 25th and cancel the meeting for March 18th.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah,
Any
that's
opposed?
easy. I can put
Boy,
the end of
he's
the paper
really down
quickly.
going through.
No,
Trying
well,
to
Bill's
beat
the only
the
one.
I
I mean, you call the vote because Bill's virtually, so he's not on, so.
I can put the end of the paper quickly for that, so.
All right.
That makes it easier.
And I think Brian says you get that tomorrow.
Well, he and I will work on it, so the specs, so.
And then we're doing all the yellow ones, because now it's still going off a bit, right? So all the total, which were around 207,000.
Well, the whole thing was like 368.
Yeah, but we don't have the money.
But we don't know that that's what the bids are going to come in.
Well,
Bids could come
we
in
have
lower.
400 grand, we have 400 budgeted. but there's some of that either contingent or whatever. So wherever we land as far as what we can afford is I think what we should
We
execute.
can put language in the bid
So that's
specification.
that's what I was asking. Are we going out for bid on the yellow ones or are we going out for bid on the whole?
I think we ought to go out on
168?
everything
I do everything.
But in two phases.
in two,
In two
well,
phases.
yeah, with the understanding that we may,
It could be two.
because of budget.
Because what if we don't?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
What you got?
I got three things fast. Water meter, where we at with,
Not heard anything more. We had a conversation with them. I'll follow up with Andy.
okay, soccer options, where we at with, the deal? We told them we extend the contract a month. We're now going into the second. Where are we at on the review of those soccer options?
No, what we agreed on last time is we're just gonna keep it as is for now, and then we're gonna revisit during budget time, because it makes more sense to align to the budget exercises.
Last item is, we all got a letter, I think, from a resident in Timber Ridge about Lake Banks. Anybody know, or anybody check with him what he's talking about? Because I read that and I didn't understand a freaking clue what he said.
He just had some ideas. He wanted to look at alternatives. And also I've been in touch with Dolly and the board members over there. Got a text tonight because I told them I wanted to come over and talk to their board about options. They had 45 people that signed that petition. Half of them don't live on the lake.
Oh, around what their preferences?
Yeah, just
Okay.
go, and that's the same thing, go in and sit down with them and then see if I can get their board to adopt something, because one thing he didn't bring up, if we change this design, the facilities plan had a design in it, we were approved for a loan with the design. If we pay it, we won't have any money. I mean, they aren't gonna change order to let us pull out a lot of rock and do wholesale changes. So.
Well, and just keep in mind too, I don't have any problem with everyone having an opinion because everyone has to pay the same assessment, so whether you're on the lake or not, so.
Well, I'd like to take and definitely go down to, I think it's Breckenridge, and look at this, because I got real problems with putting sod down underneath water for leaving it there 6-7 months, what's it gonna look like when it's done. But they said it was successful, so.
And regardless, if you change it, going in and meeting with the community and getting their buy-in and where you're gonna put portlets and do
We're not
this.
doing that, we're, the HOA's gonna.
Yeah, that's all very important to talk to them and get their side of the story.
That's all I have.
I'd like the HOA to socialize. We just get direction from them, we get out of that business, but anyway, what else you got, Dennis? Mr. Gepper?
Well, unfortunately, Brian is left, but maybe you know it. Have they pulled the equipment out of the concession stand area yet?
I don't know if they have it yet, I haven't seen it, so probably not. I knew they were working on it.
He's been doing a lot of work over there, so, but I don't know.
They gotta take it apart.
Well, yeah, and I understand. I just want to,
Rob, are we talking about the?
place was such a rat hole.
broken-
Yeah,
Some
the
of
stuff
the
that's
old
not used, the equipment, the old
Yeah.
refrigerators, the old stove.
Well, I will tell you too, like, getting that stuff out of there, it's not gonna be easy, because I don't think it just fits directly through the door. Not the big.
Slow torch.
Get a saw.
Anyway,
Kubota.
That's all I have.
okay, all right, nothing for me, so, I know the meeting ran a little long today, we had a lot of items to cover, so, we'll get back to trying to stay on target as we move forward, but I'll call the meeting adjourned at, what time is it? 7:03.
Did we get
Wow.
overtime?
Yeah, we get paid every